Mystic Stories by Erg, the mysterious tales of the Hungarian writers, a journey into the unconscious Gyama 1917, published by Isidora, marks the beginning of a literary exploration that delves into the subconscious mind, drawing from the rich tapestry of Hungarian folklore. The novel, titled The First Coastly Mystery, weaves a tale that reflects on life's dualities and the mysteries that lurk within our inner world. We embark on a journey where there are no evil spirits or mythical beings to fear, but the inner realm remains enigmatic. The book unveils small secrets, suggesting that perhaps the greatest and singular question lies within us, hidden in plain sight. A day and hour, detached from the whole of this, seems logical. I present these various acts as interlocked gears, each pushing and pulling the other forward. In such small units, nothing remains inexplicable or irrational, yet every existence is a vast chaos. The beginning and end remain unresolved, as people always hallucinate and envision visions under the Greek sky, just as temple seekers do in their depths. There were eras that only noted these phenomena between these two extremes, eras that harmonized with the earthly life they inhabited. The epics that shaped our past left no trace of mysticism, but only its echoes. Today, a storm of intellectual currents sweeps through literature. What once was hidden now resides within us. In this era, a pivotal revelation emerges, the recognition that we possess parts of ourselves we are unaware of, that vast, unexplored territory where forgotten sensations, observations, and thoughts reside. The soul seeks to reclaim its rightful place, exploring the depths of our own lands like conquerors and missionaries. We do not have secure chambers like those in medieval castles, but our minds still hold such spaces. Poetry, ahead of science, recognized these realms first. While scholars later uncovered the secrets hidden within, they were already explored by the poets of the 21st century who wove mysterious tales, rich with historical accounts from the 6th century. When seekers delved into the unknown, these tales are not just folklore, but hold a profound truth. Life has always been difficult. Unlike folk tales that glorified human potential to its limits, or the romanticists of several centuries ago who painted exotic pictures of distant lands, we delve into the depths within us. We do not look outward, but inward. We accept and embrace our situation. The solution lies within us, the enigmatic nature of this era. It is a reflection of despair, deep and profound. As Cousin writes, mysticism is the act of reconciling the human spirit's contradictions. Individuality cannot break free from itself. On the path to fulfillment, it seeks validation and legitimacy. How? What does it believe in? Where does it find its way? From the alien perspective, it regresses into itself, facing mystery with mystery. Only in the Middle Ages, the mystic rose and other stories, the entire misty rose bloomed so intensely that it seemed to rule the mystical elan of the moment, subduing and obliterating individualism. Then the church began to venerate mystics, today's states. From prisons they emerged, today from barracks. The essence of enlightenment, the highest expression of individuality, paradoxical truth that cannot be articulated all. These were the legacy of past centuries' most profound achievements. Before fading away, it wrought a miracle with its ethereal aura, casting shadows on reality, weaving dreams into reality, transforming fears into visions, and turning legends into tangible forms. In joyful times, there are no mystics. Note this sentence seems to be a philosophical statement about the nature of joy and mystery. We can, however, explain the phenomenon of miracles that is so comprehensible in our world today. even if it contradicts our common sense. Let us ponder, observe, and embrace the limits of human understanding. Let the questions remain open, for the impossible becomes possible. A machine perhaps is not as real to us as a spirit. Not only does it manifest itself between objects, but also within our homes, in our daily lives, bathed in sunlight. It doesn't wait for the hour's chime to strike 12. Every moment is a moment of wonder. Our lives shift onto another plane, and the signs point to an otherworldly account. This sentence seems to transition into a narrative. Mihaly Babbitt's yearning for stimulation went to the theatre. He had been irritable for months. He didn't know what was bothering him. Sometimes, in an instant, the world turned almost entirely black. Other times, he saw everything as if peering into the very core of things and scrutinizing their essence. He wanted to strengthen his vision with these peculiar encounters. He went to the opera. The grand stage bathed in radiant light. A famous foreign ballet dancer was the guest of honor. Society buzzed, women's white. Elegant dresses contrasted with the black hats of the men. She took her seat, conducted the performance, and watched them with a satisfied gaze. Moments before, a magnificent gown with a wide skirt had billowed dramatically behind her. A wealthy, epic woman stood there, her majestic attire accentuated by luxurious drapes. Her piercing eyes scanned these silhouettes. For a moment, as if seized by a blackout, she lost herself in their gaze. Then darkness enveloped him, a vast chasm of shadow, like a songless symphony, with constellations and nebulae swirling in the abyss. In this void, only an immense, alien beauty illuminated the world, akin to a colossal holding room. But even this room seemed to waver. Dark, peculiar shapes emerged, some jagged and angular, others smoother, no less smoother, but no less menacing, until they filled every corner. They resembled X-ray images of bones. His unique perception sensed them despite their similarities to familiar things. The audience, silent, but for the music, stood in awe as darkness enveloped the stage. Lights went out, and silence fell, a momentary pause before the applause erupted from a captivated crowd. This is subjective, objective darkness. Babbitt thought to himself. A murmur of voices echoed through the theatre as people shuffled uncomfortably in their seats, some gazing into space, while others whispered about the strange experience. The ballet had ended, but the shadows lingered. Below is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Arkopakaka under the shadows. Exterior currents revealed themselves with jagged, rusted walls bathed in a pathetic lamp's glow. The hollows became pictures of female silhouettes rich in gas, transforming into ethereal shapes like strange, distant creatures from an animal zoo. From the depths, a subtle, menacing musical erotica echoed, as if the painful, desperate cries of exotic animals trapped within. The crowd gradually parted, and the dancers emerged, men, agile cat-like figures with leathery skin, slowly extended their arms and legs adorned with peculiar long, dark, twisting plants of forests, ethereal essence captured in motion. The palm fronds crown was no longer visible, replaced by a lush green base where dense, long, black grapes hung down, gently swaying. Every branch, every leaf-vine was wide and expansive, like the broad shoulders of an ancient tree. The men stood, their bodies rippling with latent strength, their eyes fixed on the dancers. Suddenly the music paused, and women appeared, slender, fragile, and mysterious. Their bodies moved gracefully, like waves in the wind. The men responded, their movements becoming more intense as they followed the women's graceful steps. The music swelled, turning a deeper crimson, mirroring the men's increasing fervour. The dancers' costumes billowed dramatically, their skirts swirling with every step, while small claps and footstamps created a rhythmic accompaniment. The air vibrated with their movements, each gesture more sensual than the last. It was as if they were painting the air with their bodies, creating an ethereal masterpiece. Then, from within the crowd, someone emerged, their body captivating all eyes. Their dance became more intense, their moves increasingly free and untamed. The music seemed to take on a life of its own, growing louder and more chaotic. The dancers' movements grew wilder, their body a blur, as they twisted and turned with sheer abandon. The crowd watched in awe as the dancer reached the peak of their performance. A burst of colour enveloped them, and for a moment nothing else had mattered. Only the dancer, the music, and the mesmerizing spectacle remained. The audience was transported, captivated by the raw, untamed beauty on display. They curl their small hands, drawing them upwards and clinging to the precipice with fierce intensity, as if immediately and impulsively succumbing to the wild, gushing waves below. These tiny hands seem like luminous fish, darting and flickering from the ocean's depths like a sudden, delicate note on a soft wind. From both sides of the crack they tear the rough, silken fabric of the deep sea creatures as if made of stone. Suddenly one wave after another breaks, tearing apart the fragile shell, revealing the bright red flesh beneath, and again the sound echoing incessantly, and yet again the resonance growing louder, and once more each thundering crash filling the air. This the dance of the small hands, the curling hands, and the flailing arms. They wriggled and undulated, freeing themselves from under the shells, shaking off the red clotted blood and the slimy shell meat. And finally, one last shell remained, the bright red shell, its eastern hue a testament to its deep-seated fury. The sword suddenly shattered, its blades scattering as if struck by lightning. Then, like a statue brought to life, the woman stood, her body motionless on top of the waves, a figure reminiscent of a red shell creature frozen in time. The hidden claws began to flex again, first slowly, then with growing vigor and freedom they darted and lashed out, sending the mysterious white combs and feathers dancing among the delicate fibers, like the sounds of a double tongued language, echoing the stories of cruel sorcerers as described by French poets who weave their wicked tales in deep, hidden caverns. And again, the hands curled, they parted the last red shell. Suddenly a network of eastern bronze armor stretched out, glowing, the strong and beautiful, and reached towards the rising waves. The crags with their gentle lances gave birth to these creatures who emerged into the world, carried by the cold, trembling, and icy embrace of their formidable parents. The beds gently swayed, as if weighed down by the first wave of ocean currents. And immediately the sea's surface rippled, a whirlpool forming from the sudden movement of a whole shell, a beautiful arm with meandering lines, a perfect sphere carefully arranged by the Lord himself. And in that moment something astounding occurred. The edges of the sword grew dark, and a beautiful figure passed through it, its form illuminated by the light, becoming a statue of strength. The hilt, adorned with intricate Eastern designs, shone forth. The house seemed to tremble as if struck by lightning. A beam of light shot out, passing through the darkness, transforming into a feathery white column like a magical spear. In that instant, every joint and muscle of the woman's body became one with the sword, her movements graceful and deadly a dance of precision and power. The house itself seemed to shake as if responding to the rhythm of the sword's song. The once vibrant lines of the structure now appeared calmer, their edges softened by the gentle embrace of time. The sharp corners that once threatened became subtle curves, allowing a new kind of beauty to emerge. The sword, now one with her body, gleamed in the sunlight, its edge refined and deadly. She moved with fluid grace, each step controlled and purposeful, like a dance performed by a warrior princess. The waves beneath her seemed to rise and fall with her every movement, as if responding to her inner rhythm. Her arms, curved and strong, sliced through the air, creating a symphony of motion that echoed across the sea. And as she struck, the sound of her sword, singing its deadly song, filled the era melody, both beautiful and terrifying, a testament to the power within. Outcry, a nightmarish vision, the cityscape unraveled, just like a torn tapestry. Lovag, with her keen gaze, beheld through the misty veil of a beautiful face, a disturbing scene, as if certain pornographic images were cast upon the light, where one could witness the most refined acts of debauchery in the finest toilet. Oh, indeed, that was the pinnacle of debauchery, the display of bones. Lovag's eyes, for a moment, were mesmerized by this visual spectacle. Then, suddenly, she turned her head away, her face contorted in disgust as she looked at the other onlookers. "What an abomination!" Everywhere she glanced, a bone-chilling sight awaited. Diverse groups, standing, strolling, giggling, dancing wildly across the street, creating a surreal carnival atmosphere where shadows played around, casting light and darkness, almost impossibly blurring the boundaries of life and death. This was a macabre dance of shattered plates, bulky tibiae, and skeletal remains in an orgy of decay. Yet the strange bones seemed to waltz to an eerie, pleasant tune, their movements barely audible over the chaotic yet enchanting music. Lovag's face contorted at this vision. In an instant, darkness enveloped her, and she felt a surge of unusual awareness, a unique flow of blood in every vein. The world around her seemed to fade away, and light dimmed as if it were no longer needed. But momentarily the music filled the void, its haunting melody lifting her spirit from the depths. Lovag realized, with a shudder, that something profound had occurred. She felt more than saw, every corner of her being, a sensation so intense it was almost unbearable. The viewing area's lights flickered, and the projectionist struggled to maintain control, as if trying to keep up with the surreal scene unfolding before them. Lovag sat transfixed, her mind in shock. The audience, once captivated by the show, now seemed frozen, every face a mask of disbelief. Illustration Lovag, unable to contain herself, stood and left her seat. She slipped out of her coat, stepping onto the cold street. The biting wind refreshed her senses. As she walked on the icy pavement, her mind raced with questions. What was that? What just happened? Was it real? Should I tell the doctor? But the doctor, upon examining her eyes, said nothing, as if such experiences were common. Hallucinations, they suggested, a vague diagnosis for such vivid imagery. Or perhaps, they thought, she simply wanted to suggest it. "You're suggesting hallucinations," Lovag exclaimed. "No, this cannot be a hallucination." She felt an undeniable sense of clarity, a realization that defied explanation. How could one imagine something so vividly a momentary takeover of reality? "X-rays!" she shouted, her voice carrying across the street. "If this is indeed some medical condition, then I demand proper treatment." She spoke these words on a whim, yet they felt powerful in that instant. The experience left her shaken, but also curious and determined to uncover the mystery. It would be a shame. No. Right now, unexpectedly, she is thinking about her beloved home. She awaits him every night. What a slender and beautiful woman. She is the sole sunbeam of her life. That's why she holds on to this small, delicate toy. If she has a wealthy, restless, and lonely family, if she is free from the obligations of a prestigious society, then she rushes to him, to the warmth of his embrace, to the sweet and gentle moments. Nothing follows her there. Such thoughts accompany the little doll as it falls asleep. The beloved twin beds are completely merged, embracing each other with great affection. "Do you know what, dear?" said Sarolta. "Let's extinguish the lamp. It's so nice in the darkness. They blew out the light, but it didn't get dark." The gas lamp, wide and red, spread its glowing light across the room bit by bit. It was entirely material, like a hot bath of warmth. "From this gas lighting, heat will emerge," said Sarolta. "But don't be afraid, the light is so beautiful." And she gently touched her blouse collar. Lova's slow and gentle breath selected the remaining small buttons, combining them as if they were tenderly hugging each other. In a moment of carelessness, a dark, sharp splinter appeared in the glowing light of the lamp. Kaibo's edge woke up again, emerging from the world, like a young maiden with the whitest thoughts. Suddenly, something amazing and trembling whiteness, 16 columns of swirling light rising into the air, as if the apostles were embodying their pure essence. Standing, their faces raised towards the sky, the leaves and branches gently swaying in the wind. Far away, the sound of chirping birds can be heard, but maybe they are not really chirping, but rather talking to the swirling columns of light. People look up. Perhaps they are only seeking summer. Perhaps she feels it. The whole world is filled with her. That white thought is beautiful, getting better and better. And suddenly a garden appears on the earth, early green, as if it were blooming. A young, beautiful girl walks along a winding path in the garden. Suddenly she stumbles, and the 16 columns of light almost make her fall. "I'm looking for this sick girl," she said. "I will heal her. 16 pillars, you will heal her." The girl, startled, looks around. She doesn't see anything. "What are you thinking about, my child?" "Tomorrow I will be his beloved." His beloved. The girl, happily repeating it, "We will be his beloved." Meme, 16 pillars, hallelujah. The girl, hallelujah. In my soul feathers are singing, weaving together. Tomorrow I will be his beloved. The girl, sadly, "Someone is talking about me. Who isn't you?" The girl, "Wes, it's not me." Oh, how many dark thoughts have been emptied from my soul by my good mother and dear teachers! If only I could remember those moments when the earth seemed to stand still and my legs moved instinctively and in someone else's direction, who held my spirit more tightly than I hold myself. No, I don't want to think about it anymore. Another spirit has taken residence inside me, and now I am touching you with my soul heart, looking into the depths. A 15 pillars zimimul beja aikian is it via roke? Jerry agam, legvlei yelis gem. Tyson doslop ojanas, mint ag tees amlet k vezenel rikai pazel izarja megjanik. Den a taiji apiam aikitan tot mindig est a zi vet fogja elmentini, nikit kelest mijisni. Agi lai nai, aki semiblis tanlahad, alenai sajdam valam kijutotit. Tyzenkite oslop, hallelujah, ne dry gas mastered nem ismerum, is ninksnik olianak is, ekik as ismertet nek nikt, tana suksivit city, say a 10 mint a keju, sir, amable e dryes, eldrak is tem as ein 80 mat. El hajira philelmistes embris Gabriel is nemker zilatek as isten hes. Es azivakiva is nekik nem kel senki mes eki elmengen velum, nitoji tok, hoji an sonem tanaltum mindend amantini eki en vejuk. Alek visib eki semit sem mandot de meligis vie renicum, eki nem kek pesas ilima de azet via met in charism. Alay nai megazol en real teget is tileltum, is a kivsikit is sirutum. Es ag dilen vi retsnem kiven no case kasakti val san veji, hanem kae res akasem mundum. Sakast ali tambi hoji elodoza alis as in sizivnem is my reg lesses as egiate. Then the valaman de la helin kelin as a rinia vilgon, hoji as oda clelmet elka elginke. A fekike pezika gem alesiket a bokraka vergokat. Dimitke resum. Shakti ke agikis vi jad is as have rules vela. Tyzenkot oslop hallelujah. Elina lankosen valament elelton an Tyzenkat aslapo na ag kases hangvol vol minta hadnolikad is ag many reg erzes hangol menjel kissy ke ridius eklaxka guys a merlin verda dilek mind no j electi a capu vice etzebes is a kaipos for spialodraf ekel b-ray redes egel emlika the eviriad roke copan j meglepe siet nas at chajan elklete artis a nagi care lit Tyzenkit lavagja a kerik astolan erlo helgi Efurklak teran enk as ag fiherf stagier Jutot fell driven back by the fierce surge of water and the breathtaking scene that the castle sent forth from the rocks. The hall's doors gaped open, revealing a somber aftermath in the wake of the passage of time. Arthur, the great king, paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the deep shadows that the night cast upon the land. His 11 knights, with their courtly demeanour, also looked up, only Lancelot maintaining his focus on the queen. Arthur stood tall, his majestic cloak billowing in the wind, as he gazed at the sacred grail nestled in a cloud of flames amidst a misty palace in mid-air. "Have you seen it?" Arthur asked. "We have," came an echoing response from 10 voices. Only Percival's voice carried clearly and pure. "I have." Lancelot nodded, having already heard the tale of the Grail's acquisition. It was a quest only a virtuous knight could undertake. At the banquet table, the feast had already begun. The server brought forth delicate pastries and rich wines. The master of the kitchen arrived with clouds of smoke from the oven. Arthur and his 11 knights took their places around the round table, while Merlin, the king's wise and prophetic sorcerer, sat on a chair by the queen's side. Ginevra, the beloved queen, Eglantine, Q's dear companion, on either side. The knights dined with zealous vigour, their weapons gleaming, their spirits light, and hearts content. Then, as the server poured wine, one of 2 candles flickered and went out, casting a dark shadow across the table. A soft melody, the small Briton harp playing Uther and Igerna's love song, filled the air. The tune was precious to Arthur, the source of his lineage. Merlin, with his long staff, moved silently towards the garden. Only 2 torches still burned in the middle courtyard, their flickering light barely penetrating the night. Eglantine, her face illuminated by the dim light, asked, "Merlin, do you keep your secrets?" "I do, my lady," he replied with a deep, resonant voice. For just as beauty flows directly from God's hand into creation, so too should our spirits be reflected in this world. He walked to the edge of the courtyard, gazing out towards the west, his form fading into the darkness. Below, Eglantine looked around nervously. The night grew colder, and Merlin had just reached the cistern when she noticed a faint movement. She drew closer, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. The sound of a sword clashing echoed through the halls. A large bat flew past, its wings beating against the stone walls. Farther away, deeper in the palace, a faint glow illuminated a passageway. Merlin, his form now almost invisible, prepared for what was to come. The night wore on, and as dawn began to break, Merlin had disappeared into the shadows of the palace's southern wing. The great hall remained silent except for the distant echo of a single clanging sword. To the right, in a straight line, it began to ascend towards heights. Now and then it would graze against the wall with one stone, then slide down a few meters before stopping for a moment. Merlin looked at his hand, contemplating Eglantine's formless shape. He took a step forward, hesitated, and stopped again. Oh, the tired, not weary, not drunk. Or is it still not moving? Let's wait. No, how long shall we wait? She brushed her sleeve against the obstacle. Nothing happened. She waited again, this time more insistently. The obstacle moved, but now more firmly. Hey, Eglantine, don't you feel responsible? What's going on? She retracted as if she had slipped into a pit. But then she calmed herself. Let's be logical, something will go wrong eventually. The window was still quite far away. No, there's no danger. The ground is not that far. Still, it's at a respectable height, hanging above the castle wall. She took another step forward, and the obstacle moved again. Nothing. Somewhere, a crowd of creatures had gathered, and a cat slunk along the edge with a mouse in its mouth. She waited, watching, hoping it would move up. No, not yet. Me, Merlin. Could I miss this? We'll see. Perhaps it will sink into the pit. No, there's not enough energy for that. Now she knew for certain that this was where she would be stuck. She flexed her long, beautiful neck, helpless in its constraint. Of course, what could she do? Her clenched fist, a tiny black dagger attached to a chain and amethyst pendant, lay on the table. One of her legs went numb. She grasped her sword hilt above her head, ready for whatever might come. The cold wind blew against her face. She shivered. Bah! She turned, but it was too late. A massive, icy gust of air hit her, making her squint. She fought back, trying to escape, but the cold was suffocating. She could not remain like this forever. Her leg felt as if it were being pulled by a wild animal. The sword slipped from her grasp and fell into the abyss. She cried out, "Hey, man!" A figure stopped, turned, and then disappeared over the edge. Soon after, a small group emerged from the southern battlement, moving with purpose, their eyes fixed on Merlin. Their pace was steady, each step measured, as if they were walking on water. As they approached, the soldiers' movements seemed to slow, their feet almost touching, but never quite meeting. Then one stepped forward, and suddenly all of them were floating in mid-air, their faces contorted in shock. "Hey, man!" Merlin shouted again, his voice echoing through the castle halls. The figures froze, then slowly descended, landing gracefully on the floor. Merlin, startled by the sudden movement, stood there, clutching a small, fragile object in his hand. He looked at it for a moment before setting it down. A thin sheet of paper with intricate drawings and symbols lay open on the table. His gaze travelled across the room, landing on a door slightly ajar. He walked towards it, his steps steady despite the earlier tremors. As he approached, a soft hum filled the air, growing louder with each step. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Merlin stepped inside, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Nauyukiai. The knight withdrew his sword from above the fire and drew it with force. In the warmth of his bed, he turned to himself, thoughtfully gazing before him as he mused and repented for his sins, which had suddenly awakened within him a desire to depart this life. In the courtyard of the castle, where Merlin's flame served, 2 warriors stood on guard with lances raised, waiting for the knight's culinary hour, having left behind their filthy rags in order to prepare a feast worthy of such an occasion. Not much time passed before dawn broke. Everyone knew that in the castle there was no longer any fire kindled. They had no choice but to abandon their cookery and beg for help from the surrounding villages, even though they were not certain if they would be successful. The cooks in the castle kitchen, among them the head chef, frantically plucked the birds, unable to light a fire due to their inexperience. The master himself now took charge, spreading his cloak over the ground. On all sides stood those who had been freed from captivity, both red birds and those yearning for freedom, realizing that even the renowned masters of fire were not blessed with such skill as they once claimed to be. From the kitchen, a smouldering leg from a chair emerged, ending in the courtyard. As the sun rose, everyone understood that there would be no more fires kindled within the castle walls. "Where are the commoners?" asked one of the warriors sarcastically. "If we please our lords," replied the oldest, "we shall go to the castle with fire." "A madman's idea," exclaimed the lord, and stepped back, opening the path for the commoners. The people from the lower town gathered outside the castle gates, facing towards the countryside. Within the castle, those who had escaped poured out, dispersing in all 4 directions. They dragged themselves up to the midpoint of the castle, the lower keep, and towards the countryside, an hour later reporting their findings to the chief steward. They informed him that King Arthur, the great ruler, was still without fire anywhere within his castle or town. The steward ordered them to attempt every possible method to ignite a flame. A group of warriors could try to forge a fire in the open. Another might attempt to dry out wet wood in the depths of their caves. Some went into the fields, searching for hidden pockets where smouldering embers might be concealed. The castle guard, armed with pitchers, hoped that God's light would miraculously ignite their kindling. But all efforts proved futile. Arthur, who had been eager to eat, grew impatient, and, as the steward had anticipated, quickly lost interest. "Nothing worketh." The great king could only satisfy his hunger with half, cooked food from a smoky hut and some ale. After dinner, Arthur sent for Merlin. Distraught, Merlin uttered these words, "I have offered my fire." 10 eyes met in a single gaze, and 10 hearts beat as one. Understanding the gravity of his words, here is the translation of the text, into English. Maruk slithered together 10 cards. Arthur took them with a smile. "If you managed, you know how," said Arthur with a glance that burned with desire. Merlin's face wore an inscrutable expression. "Let fire be our guide," he exclaimed, his voice firm. 10 knights, stirred by the challenge, moved forward. Merlin's understanding did not grasp it. Let fire be our guide. The guards in towers and fortresses watched as a great fire spread across the land. No one understood its cause. All day long its fierce flames consumed homes without reason. Eglantine lay in her chamber, her face etched with sorrow. Her eyes scanned the horizon, where only the sun's rays dared to pierce the darkness. The knights' voices echoed through the air as they gathered around Arthur. who sat on his throne listening intently. Strange signs and wonders do not normally appear before a king, said Arthur, his gaze fixed on the 10 cards in his hand. Will the dawn bring a vision that will guide us? Merlin, realizing his mistake, rushed forward. I should have known, he exclaimed. As the rosy dawn follows the night, so too must we follow the signs. Arthur waited patiently as Merlin recounted his visions of the Holy Grail in whispered tones. The 10 knights listened intently, their faces alight with determination. Eglantine's eyes widened as she heard a commotion outside. She grabbed a dagger and crept to the window. Through the gap she saw Arthur, his face resolute, addressing the knights. My lord, he said, I've journeyed far, but I must return with these cards. Eglantine's heart pounded as she watched Arthur's departure. She knew her fate was intertwined with his. With a swift movement, she took a mechanical device from her pocket and whispered a command. The device hummed to life, its light flickering green before transforming into a fairy red. She stepped outside, the device in hand, and pointed it at the sky. A burst of light illuminated the night as Arthur rode off into the distance. Eglantine's eyes sparkled with resolve. She would follow him, no matter the consequences. The device's power coursed through her veins, filling her with a sense of purpose. She arrived at her neighbor's house and knocked on the door. The owner, a young woman named Q, opened it, startled by Eglantine's sudden appearance. My lady, she said, I don't understand. I must come with you, insisted Eglantine. The king has sent me on a quest. I must find. She paused, searching for the right words. A mechanical marvel that will aid our journey. Q's eyes widened as she took in Eglantine's determined gaze. She nodded and invited her inside. The 2 women shared their stories, bonding over their shared purpose. Together, they would embark on a quest to find the device that could change their fate. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Uruk. The knight's party and the dark sorcerer held court in the castle. The lord left, but did not cede control. Both raised their swords to each other at once. The gentle Eglantine's blade glinted with a slender edge, her noble name echoing through the hall. Merlin mighty, go home, my daughter, and wait, said the knight, as he sheathed his sword, aiming it towards home. Eglantine's horse galloped eagerly back to the castle, while the rest of the knights entered the field upon the 12th beat of the drum. Arthur was called by name. Observing the scene, Tristan's heart quickened with eagerness. Govan breathed silently. Bedur combed his beard in anger. Ida's crimson sword pointed menacingly. Modred spoke loudly. Vigamer looked at the circular table with reverence. Vigalois took a firm grip on his spear. Lancelot's wide, flowing cloak danced playfully. Iveson skillfully used Erikra's fine bow, who had aimed it back at him with precision. Percival merely watched in awe as Q struggled mightily, understanding nothing. Eglantine, like a dove confused by its cage, wandered through the castle, slowly, her gentle spirit seeking solace in a quiet corner where she sat and wept for comfort. Suddenly she felt a strange pull towards the outer world, nothingness. Lord, have mercy! But yes, still, always. She will take up her sword, always. A distant echo resonated from outside, growing human voices, a pounding drum that only slightly broke through the silence, continuing along the path, sweeping away all obstacles, filling the air with their rhythm. Then she opened the door, and servants, carrying various torches, brought in the most peculiar of guests, a tiny hand-sized mechanical knight, a delicate gypsy doll, a flickering candle, a heavy iron lamp, wax figures, a martyr's cross made of wood, a wine goblet, a cunningly carved table, and various other trinkets. Eglantine watched as these items were arranged in a unique display. The servants spoke amongst themselves that these were but the king's inner treasures. Eglantine left her post and wept on the table, but the crowd continued to grow. From outside came peasants, then nobles. They pushed, pulled, banged, screamed through the door. Noble women wept with indignation. Young boys played with the mechanical knight. Peasant children chased after the flickering candles, while farmers admired the cross with a mixture of fear and awe, following in the footsteps of their city's heroes, just like Eglantine had once dreamed. A night in the haunted house, the room was devoid of any friction. They began searching for sources of fire within the mass, and as one of them caught a glimmer from a more delicate flame, they scattered wildly across the space. Eglantine, once victorious, had a hand effortlessly seized and collapsed onto the bed. An inner maiden came to her aid. Yet the mass did not disperse. Instead it grew denser with noise, turmoil, and unfeelingness. Illustration, one of them loudly hissed through a window. "Hey, she sure thinks highly of herself, wanting to be Beelzebub's little plaything," another retorted. "Oh, her puffy hair." A third chimed in with a laugh. "Won't Q come for fire?" The collective murmur spread throughout the room. An entire boundary is being broken just for such a spiteful little girl, someone said. "Merlin's mighty lord would have me banish your marks, and now there'd be no such trouble." The words echoed in the room. Eglantine, feeling desperate, wondered aloud how long this could last. The servants claimed it would be 2 days, but the doorkeepers said 3. She sighed, her body heavy with anxiety. What was she to do? She couldn't bear staying here. Laid down on the hard bed, she closed her eyes, and suddenly a window shade twitched, letting in a gust of cold air. "Call Merlin," she whispered, turning back to face the window. The eerie light from outside flickered, and Eglantine felt a chill run down her spine. Merlin, the ancient sorcerer, entered the room with a creak of his aged joints. His bald head glistened in the dim light. He beckoned for silence, his eyes scanning the outer darkness. Eglantine's heart pounded as she noticed a faint glow through the cracks of the windows, a single ray of light from each house. Merlin drew the curtains wide, and the sudden brightness made her squint. She watched in awe as he raised his staff, and with a swift gesture every window in the house was illuminated. The ancient prophet's power brought a momentary calm. But the disturbances didn't cease. As Merlin turned to face Eglantine, she felt a strange warmth spread through her. He pointed his staff at the light sources, silencing them one by one until even the faintest glow disappeared. "Huh," he said, adjusting his spectacles. Then, with a swift motion, he shattered the window pane, and the cold night air rushed in. In the midst of this, Eglantine found herself dreaming, so she thought. She heard music playing from the phonograph, and Petrus' uncle, who was sitting on the bed, hummed along, his eyes closed. The sweet melodies filled the room, but they were tainted by the many voices echoing within her head. One song in particular captivated her. It danced around her like a flame. Then suddenly she felt a pull, and the music grew louder as she descended into the depths of one of the beds. End of excerpt. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Orko Amari. She had 2 tasks in front of her, and her hands were covered with dough. I admired Mari's face and her dreams had come to life for me. My little princess, your dreams about my Mari, they look at you as if they are yours too. Do you think they will leave traces of their beauty on your cheeks? Do they feel the warmth of your love? They have taken over. Don't forget my little diamond. You are my wicked enemy. Have they taken it from the cup? Perhaps a great man, and now he's embracing them. Did they forget that I had frozen them with fear? My heart shivers at their cold touch. My little river, what will you do? They flow gently, curl around, then break apart. All that hot honey is for you, only for you. Are you daydreaming? Are you daydreaming? Don't let your thoughts wander. Feel the warmth of my love, my little diamond, because I am breaking. My heart is melting like butter from the heat of your dreams. Alone, alone, my little princess. Mari's dreams had come to life, whispers of her sleep, coos and giggles. Gold, silver, many treasures in the other chest. Verkerker fought with coins, counting each one, organizing the shiny nickels, caressing the silver. Golden crowns, they twirled, spun and gently sank into the deep pockets of the purse. Verkerker's hands moved, picking up each coin so meticulously, stacking them neatly. Home. Mari's dreams floated down to earth, filling the air with beauty. Her temples and the sky glowed in pristine white. The dreams whispered, Moscow. Doors open at 3 o'clock. The relatives walk on cobblestone streets. The ground is solid, the sky is clear, everything sweetens. Above the ground, below the sky. The realm opens its opal palace gates. It spreads its wings over the towers. The Kremlin's 16, spiked tower, Mary's golden domed temple. On sacred paths they walk now with their swords drawn toward the temple, the relatives. The bells ring, echoing across the lake, and the ice chips resound. The trees sing. Moscow's melody, God's blessing. Home, home. The dreams surrounded Verkerker and led her through temples, passing through the ornate doors, among the wrongly dressed guests, until she stopped by the riverbank, watching as slow waves gently carried away the elegant shoes. Verkerker sighed, it will stop them. She seized a coin from one of the money changers and said, ah. The gold coins sank into the pockets of the purses, curling up in a heap, rolling, twisting, and falling into the air above and below Verkerker's gaze. The old servant shook with fear and ran, circling around the bank counters, building a wall, trying to block her from leaving. Above them, money floated, coins depicted women suddenly appearing, contorted faces of yellow metal, their arms wrapped around Verkerker in rage. Verkerker stood firm, surrounded by the bank clerks who tried to stop her but couldn't tear her away from her destiny. The air was filled with music. Uncle Petrus' phonograph played sweetly, its melodies captivating the dreams. The people on the beds, once asleep, had become characters of a chosen story like trees in an enchanted forest. Uncle Petrus' phonograph sang a discordant tune. Off key and harsh. Here is the translation of the text Eroke into English. We soared high above, our voices blending in harmony as we danced and twirled under the peaceful sky, dreams unfurled, whispered secrets, and their melodies filled the air like the rustling leaves of a summer breeze. I and my siblings, immersed within these dreams, discovered hidden corners of our hearts, unraveling secrets that had swelled to immense proportions. The world, people, their struggles all entwined in my being. Uncle Peter played his violin, its music transforming the carnival into a vibrant spectacle where songs and dreams flowed freely, lifting us from the depths as we swayed along. One of my cousins pointed upward, and we imitated the dance of the birds, John closed his eyes, his body relaxed, his thoughts drifting away. He seemed to be in a trance as dreams surrounded him, merging into one another, forming pairs and swirling like waves after the dead. His limbs twitched, and he murmured, "No, not yet." But suddenly an array of colours burst from his being, captivating all who gazed upon him. The small and the large, thin and robust hearts emanated a luminous glow as they beat in unison, each soul's rhythm intertwining with John's. He raised his hands, embracing the chaotic yet beautiful sounds that emerged from within him, but every voice and heart found its place on John's melody. John felt his body yielding, the dreams around him intensifying. His mind wandered. Am I still alive? Where is my soul? He opened his eyes, gazing into the void. Floating in mid-air, I searched for myself. Who am I? I experienced a rush of sensations and encountered unknown pains, sinking deeper into an abyss of desire, burdened by hopes, clutching at fleeting moments of joy. My body was absent, yet my soul lingered, travelling through sugar-coated realms, navigating intricate labyrinths of shadows, seeking everyone's dream. Had I truly lived until now, or had I been hidden within myself this whole time? As dawn broke over me, did I only imagine these events? And now, as I rise above, people below, the echoes of my voice fade before me, and my soul finds its place among them, intertwining with theirs. One dream captivates me, its form sweetly transforming into a figure. This name. The voice resonates, opening wide, its mouth stretching as it breathes heavily, uttering muffled sounds and profound echoes. Warmth. My soul wanders slowly, dragging along its sorrowful limbs, embracing the cold, its spirit rising above. The name speaks. What is my voice? Can I feel it? Does everyone have a voice? Even rocks. But when they fall, why don't I hear them? Are we named, or are we shadows? Yet I can sense. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Kirke. I feel a joy within me, my face drops, and my soul is filled with happiness. Something stirs in my mind. It struggles against my thoughts, like fiery kites struggling to break free. They spread in my veins. My voice, I hear my voice. People, cries, roars. I love you, Jalisco, but I embrace you. Your beauty, what you say. We must see for the factory, how they will silence us, how they will mold us. My little sweet child, once again you are lost. I feel the tremor in my being, even the smallest sound echoes I already know. I feel it because we are sinking into the earth. Peter's uncle played music on his phonograph, but Peter's uncle had forgotten Toledo, the city of his youth. On this peaceful January day, he felt a boldness. With a slow and reverent heart, he dedicated himself to the city's ancient splendor, when souls still awaited in expectation of a happier future, before the harsh Inquisition's grip tightened in its dark age. He was the first to inscribe in a book the unstained purity of the eternal King. And for centuries in Toledo, it has been customary for the cardinal's visit on this day to culminate at 6:30 in the afternoon at Alcazar's grandest hall, officially attended by all nobles and honorable guests, but once a symbol of our poverty, without a trace of motherly love or ancestral grace. And even more, with every daughter, he himself went away at dusk. His most faithful lover, who loved him from the depths of her heart, he rode on his noble horse, bravely facing any enemy that stood in Toledo's way on this day. For it is said that during the evening the Saviour's Virgin was secretly present. She guided him through the elegant, courtly manners, and the rhythmic movements of dancing were a release from care, and never again was it recorded or mentioned that anything remarkable happened during Ildefonso's night. Rather, it was about that horseman who brought a daughter to out this time and left her there until dawn, transforming the event into a social ritual. She asked for the Virgin, they would say of such tales. Donna Isabel de Carranza stood before his precious crystal cup, an alabaster vessel with gold-plated handles, easily in 100-carat setting. It held a dear, expensive tear that sparkled like a precious stone. She spread her dress open on her stand, revealing intricate Baroque carvings and elaborate chiseled silver trimmings which rang through the glass candlelight. A many-layered brocade curtain fell from a grand, opulent throne, its delicate patterns carefully woven in the long, narrow windows, light filtered through, casting a shadow on the intricate designs as if they were carved in stone. Donna Isabel stood there, white and glowing with an expression of profound thought, like a refined and exquisite pearl. Rarely had she seen someone so unfamiliar. Now, if only I could find her form again, like the cathedral's Madonna, but this fragile beauty lay still, supported by its own weight, a deep, heavy brocade, golden embroidery, precious stones set in silver, vast curtains with delicate pleats, and heavy velvet footstools. It needed to be lifted and closed like a secret code, burdened with care, as if it were a curse. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name evokes. Everyone must be free from prejudice, like the soul. Donna Isabel was noble. Her husband, the rescued Peter, and her daughter, the stern Ark, only knew her through fragmented images, and Duenna Agnida has just died a warrior, with a dagger in her hand, her hair twisted and her brow smeared with crimson. She had carved into stone the image of her cruel fate. Meanwhile, Agnida grows more rigid while she carves her task with a sharp knife. Sometimes her movements are aimless, chopping furiously. "You will be the youngest. You will be the first," exclaimed the cunning Cardinal Gonzales de Mendoza, patron of today's ball. And undoubtedly Alvaros de Luna, the warrior from Guadalajara, looks at you with keen eyes. "You have disgraced yourself. Do you not see with good judgment the father of an aristocratic family and the minister of Inquisition? May the Holy Spirit guide the fight against heretics. Arrived here with his beloved daughter, Beatrice, and her friend John, and they whispered secrets and laughed. Young Alvaros looked at the body, pale as moonlight, but his eyes did not flinch. A powerful, rugged figure. Your anger will not chill my skin if you become mine. Go away! This is the story of our earthly life, guided by the holy decree of our Lord. Your father, the heroic Don Pedro, and your mother, the valiant Donna Blanca, would give their lives for this union if she survives a noble bloodline, hoping for a better future. Through you, Don Alvaros, every Guadalajara warrior envies you. You have conquered the waterside hunting ground. Bernarda de Tuvaral, with her small daughter from Tojo Castle, passed by here on the same day as the procession, but two Ising figures sat under your balcony, one weaving a fine ebony chair with silver thread, waiting for you. My daughter, Francisca, told me. Oh, what is there to say? You are so beautiful today, like the king of pavans in Aranjua's garden. So, my dear Don Alvaros de Luna, will you come tonight to the St. Ildefonso ball and dance with me hand in hand under the holy night? I shall see a beautiful lady, she said, at St. Ildefonso's midnight. But Isabel shouted angrily, her fair hands clenched. You will see my beautiful urn at St. Ildefonso's eve. And then, in the flickering candlelight, her words echoed through the room. A noble lady among the crowd felt a chill run down her spine as she heard these harsh words. This was the whole day, and even earlier, throughout the week and night, will Don Alvaro's de Luna come today. He remained silent, only saying in a raspy voice, I shall see a beautiful ruin at St. Ildefonso's. But then, when Carranza's daughter repeated her words, he finally spoke. The day after my mission, Don Diego Padilla arrived on the outskirts of the ball and invited both himself and his companion, but he withdrew, saying he was occupied. The warrior discovered that. Maybe he has already told others. Now everyone in town knows for sure that he and the... But of course Alvaro's will take care of this. A Carranza daughter, the cardinal's heir, cannot be taken lightly, even if she is left alone, abandoned, motherless, without guidance. Oh! My lady, your face is like a pompous white flower, whispered the duenna. Now, refresh yourself with refreshing orange juice, for I want to ignite a fire in your veins so that you can dance together, as one, like an iron nail. It's evening. Torches light up the street. Do you hear the noise? Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Meroki. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of a forgotten dance. The pomposity of the grand ball hall has already been left behind, and the shadows of the night embrace each soul present, now united in silent jubilation. Carts creak along the cobblestone streets. Couples stand happily on the balconies. Together they celebrate until dawn. But before the door to her chamber, a bat still hesitates. Oh, if I could only see a glimmer of fire in your eyes, my lady. Look how sharp, how cold and cruel. Among the 100 steps leading up to your throne, choose the one where your sweet life, giving nectar, awaits from the perspective of your devoted servant. I laid down a black ribbon, a secret sign of the quietists. My lord, have mercy. They all recognize it. Just listen. They are exclaiming. The street crowd marvels at the ethereal veils and pompous airs. Oh, to the window, let us raise our flags. Don't let them see us waiting. Oh, Mother Agneta. She was as bright and lively as a playful little bird. There was no singing in her voice, only a gentle whisper, a weary pain. A poor little flower of my heart, she sighed from the woman's and her gentle eyes. Of course, I nurture them with the love of my soul. We must often hide behind the curtains, for they roam freely under the sky, and every path leads to the underworld. Look, Sir Antonio de Medrano, his knife glinting in the moonlight, slicing through the crude silks. They are like this indeed. We must endure it. Even if they leave, they will gladly suffer. Look at that Turkish merchant's cart, Maria Alumbrado's. Her uncle Fernandez has joined her and sent them off with a gracious salute. Don't be sad. Dear hurt, it's not worth it. Evil is everywhere. Just yesterday, under your window, I watched as Francis left for his journey, my daughter. I thank you, noble lady, she began, and through the chamber, turning a corner, I found them, and I carried her away with joy. Oh no, don't look, Isabel. My heart aches, my fingers tremble. Look at that silver-scaled black dragon, 4 red eyes. Beneath the torches, yes! The maiden from the castle beyond Tajan is bringing her to the ball. My lady, Isabel's are of gold, veiled in a misty haze. Her voice echoes with a solemn resonance. Call your daughter here. Bring her to me immediately, my servant. Isabel, what do you want? I wish to drain his blood, that of a traitor. I have taken it upon myself. I took away from him the key to my cellar so I could serve you. The Inquisition's arrest one is in order. No, Isabel, you will not enslave my daughter. It is true. I shall not enslave her. There are more traitors in my heart. She did well to question you. Oh, Mother Agnida, have mercy. The blessed Virgin of the ball set her free from her chains. From within the chamber, heavy footsteps resonate with a powerful thud as the door swings shut. Steps echo across the courtyard, following an unseen rhythm. Agnida leans over the railing. My lady, someone stands there, illuminated by a lamp. Who is it? Who's there? Manuel de la Cruz, the hunter. He emerges from deep within the shadows as if of immense proportions. There, now, I am a stranger in this city, far from home. Here is the English translation of the text. Indeed, I wish to try my hand at the saintly Ildefonso ball. The staircase was already ascended. She wore a brocade dress split at one side, stood at the threshold, her head adorned with beautiful flowers, and gazed upon Isabel. Her attire was pompous, adorned with gold and silk, stiffened with layers of delicate velvet and fine cloth. A long, manifold train followed her, as did a servant carrying a fan. A noble lady from a distant land, she seemed well versed in all refinements, a true expert in love affairs. My lord, rebuked the maid, a foreign lover has sought you out, whom you have never seen before. The strange lover's exotic speech was as soothing as a warm melody. He spoke of human and noble matters. His demeanour was melancholic yet graceful. Can your ladyship induce me to this stranger, Danes? But already the moment had passed, her curiosity replaced by confusions as she looked away. Praise be to our Lord. Let him guide us, said the servant, making a gesture of distinction. Isabel, meanwhile, allowed herself to reflect. She returned to the balcony railing, her voice carrying across the tiny chamber, "May God bless my little servant, Francisca, my dear relative." The city echoed with a distant rumble, a symphony of bustling streets, tavern doors slamming, synagogue bells ringing, and the sound of horses clattering on cobblestones. The air was heavy with anticipation. The Alcazar, bathed in the light of 2,000 lanterns, stood majestically. Delicate tapestries hung from the windows, while young ladies adorned with palmer trees and black-clad warriors danced gracefully, as if oblivious to the moving lights and the guests gathered within. They moved together, hand in hand, their faces beaming with the joy and happiness, it seemed, of noble birth and fortunate spirits. They laughed and joked, their hearts filled with pride, walking side by side on the marble floors, pausing occasionally to greet one another. The ethereal beauty of the ball was not lost on Isabel. She walked along, holding her lover's hand, still marvelling at the scene around her. The cardinal greeted them with a nod of approval, as there were places for them and the pairs seated, a hala customary arrangement before dancing began. In the centre stood a path lined with candles, inviting couples to dance. Noblemen and ladies interwove their paths, and within them enchanting young flowers bloomed, graceful and noble in every gesture. Enormous structures of intricate design carried the weight of countless precious stones, while servants hurried by, carrying trays laden with delicious treats. Isabel felt herself captivated, observing this stranger who had entered her life as if from a dream. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the Namak. In the heart of the city, hidden among the cards and delicate terraces, a young girl held tightly to the treasure she had discovered. Donna Isabel, her eyes brimming with wonder, gazed upon the unknown man's exquisite and perfect features, entranced by his beauty in that fleeting moment. The rustling of leaves signaled the beginning of the play. The grand chandelier slowly shattered. a illustra fregan. The renowned court servant's tale unfolded, captivating the audience with its storytelling. The wealthy spectators hung on every word, intrigued by the drama unfolding before them, without realizing that they were witnessing a hidden story from the world of Porals. A noble lady played a role in the play, introducing herself as a servant, and gracefully serving the queen while adhering to her station, seamlessly blending honor and humility with two noble young men, one of whom was revealed to be her long-lost cousin, claiming his true identity and revealing his noble lineage, marrying the other in a union blessed by fate. The audience enjoyed the performance, unaware that the play's theme mirrored their own lives. "It's even better this way," said one spectator. "If only the noble blood had believed in these signs and realized it was a Poral. But she triumphed over her doubters with the support of the Lady Beautiful Inez, for no young maiden could ever have possessed such strength to choose her fate. This is a task reserved for court servants." A silent woman in the crowd expressed this thought, but her words were lost in the buzz. "It's a given," said a brave warrior named Sansevando, "for directors and celestial guides always know what plays are in store." In an instant a hush fell over the crowd as they sensed something unusual in the ethereal performance, a secret they all knew the Grand Inquisitor had confided in them that day to the highest cardinal. Everyone was aware of this, and some individuals even stood guard at the ecclesiastical castle or near the gates of the papal palace or lovelorn lovers' gathering places. Those seated in the audience also felt a sense of unease, and within moments they were in tears. From our depths, always from afar, we receive the law. We bear its weight so many times, whispered someone with feeling. Donna Isabel looked at her fellow spectators as she spoke these profound words. She knew well that dualism or theological disputes could be easily resolved, for during that era they began to pay closer attention to the Illuminati and mystical societies' sinister plots, which often led astray even the most devout soul-spirists, bishops and kings alike. And the young lady would have preferred to keep such secrets to herself, as she was unfamiliar with the order of things here. But then the sound of bells echoed, drawing everyone's attention to Act of Second of storytelling. This tale had become a legend. It guided the travelers' thoughts and helped them arrange their ideas, all while paying homage to the story. In the 13th century, certain Diego Martinez, a young man on his way to the Flemish wars, pledged eternal love and marriage at St. Leocadia's temple to a maiden named Inez de Verga. Years later, when he returned as a mature man, he was unaware of her existence or the girl who had been waiting for him all those years. Their fates were sealed in secret, their love protected by deep-rooted traditions. The law. After entering the temple and a moment of reverent silence, the crowd suddenly exclaimed in awe, "What a miracle!" The Lord's statue, carved from stone, came to life, setting free its right hand, raising it high, and then taking the scribe's scroll in its hand, saying, "Forgive me." In an instant, its left hand was still gripping the scepter, and the people saw its holy open palms. At that moment, nothing had been better or more fortunate than to disappear into a hidden place, facing God's true perspective and shedding light on its inner revelation, freeing oneself from sin's grasp. Is this not what you, our city and region's esteemed witness, De la Cruz, named after yourself? Everyone held their breath and eagerly awaited the outcome. It was a moment of realization. A family affair, such an astonishing and daring opinion, yet fully present in the teachings of Saint Theresa of Jesus, who was canonized in Rome, and whose instructions still lay hidden for centuries under the Inquisition's table. But now they easily dismissed her words as ill-intentioned and locked her up on a padlock and magical chain. Don Manuel de la Cruz raised his enigmatic gaze slowly, as if looking back from the last stronghold. Suddenly he said, "This couple is comforting each other and creating a bond. Not the paths of grandeur. We should have guided them sooner." The nearby audience was stunned. They couldn't fathom what to do. A foreign warrior would have been freed in a humane manner from captivity, or perhaps entangled in a more dangerous law. Was he, a new convert to the faith, carried away by extreme devotion? Don de los Rios, too, was overwhelmed and changed his demeanor. He stood up, walked towards the center, and turned his gaze secretly. Soon she noticed something moving through a distant window while sitting, as if a paper figure was grasping onto someone's face who had come here from a mission. The girl felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, though she didn't understand clearly. She wanted to cry, scream, or do something for another person, because she felt the distress of another soul. Her own painful throes, her aching heart, and her overwhelming love as if melted and left behind, like a cold, harsh, and mysterious life. Her first passion's fragile bloom faded from her heart. For the first time, she felt someone else's pain fatefully. The servants and nobles whispered among themselves. The bright yard was filled with couples getting ready for dance. Her lover also stood up and, with graceful movements, held his imaginary right hand out to her. They began to dance slowly, taking their time, stepping gracefully, and moving in silence. A serene and noble melody played softly in the distance, only audible to those who paid close attention, a mysterious drumbeat and a hidden song. Donna Isabel felt an unusual pain in her eyes, as if the sight of the dancer's hand was familiar from somewhere, yet she couldn't quite remember where. Due to the city, because you feel they are preparing to break free from the unknown laws, just for the sake of it, not matching them sufficiently. Manuel de la Cruz seemed to have read her thoughts. "I'll tell you," she said, turning towards him with a weak, trembling voice and at a feeble, broken-down gait. "I already understand better than time itself." Isabel glanced at the left side of the castle, observing two soldiers, perhaps on some secret mission regarding their father's document. Their hands were clenched in determination. "Soldiers," he exclaimed, almost bursting with emotion, "by our Lord Jesus' name, I beg you, follow me. Isabel!" In a blink of an eye, D'Alvares de la Luna appeared beside them, the Inquisitor's deputy. He left his lady behind, gazing at Isabel with a noble yet somewhat troubled expression, as she adjusted her daughter's dress to its proper place. "Can't you, Toledo's most beautiful virgin, accompany me and understand this dance I am about to perform? You don't have my permission, soldier, and already I have a dancer. You didn't ask for my consent, and now you have your dancer." He spoke with a laugh that seemed cruel to Isabel. "Don't interrupt, and even if it's not in good taste, it is what it is. My sword had no edge." The other soldier's weapon grazed his side as he moved closer. She tried to defend herself again, but her opponent's unfamiliar hand reached out and seized her by the neck, and de Luna's blow with a heavy stick left him unconscious on the ground. "Help!" she cried, reaching for her sword with white-knuckled hands. "Help me!" The desperate plea echoed through the hall. The music stopped abruptly. Some shouted commands, some rushed forward, but no one could reach her. in time. Isabel fainted before everything went dark. Aye, she returned to the blue canopy tent where she had been resting. It felt good. How peaceful. Her fine silken robes and gentle movements didn't even disturb the air around her. Her precious safety was a gift from fate, and luckily January's cold, wind and harsh rain did not damage her carriage, making its difficult journey smoother. Like small, weak birds, she seemed to be taking flight in the soft, woolly feathers of sleep as night enveloped the city. Partially awake, she dreamed of the city while gazing at the stars. As dawn broke, they abandoned main roads. Temples and castles were left behind, their shadows moving slowly, like a shadow play. The cathedral's tower was illuminated by countless torchlights. Isabel raised her cross, observing that it had been separated from its chain. She knew then. Here is the English translation of the text. As darkness fell, it seemed as if the revolutionaries were creeping through the narrow streets among the provisional houses, their guns, lances, and swords glinting in the moonlight. A fourth of the Jews had perished. On a corner still lay a corpse where Samuel ben Majah Halevi's rabbit had been killed by the crossfire. Now the Martinhigian rebels streamed past, the waves of the river reflecting the heroic glow of their banners, endless. Far away, death! The northern gate finally fell. The children rose, but the fair-haired youth, with a sword in his hand, drove back the gang of looters. He had no fear for himself, but for her. If they surrendered, he would strike them down, kill them all, those who were better, purer, and more honest than any child or old man. The tried man, the saint, said the young man at that moment, lowering his head in shame. Now I know that we must pass through hell itself to reach the other side. There is no return from the abyss of war. Now I know. Time cannot be shortened by God. They will be remembered in love and prayer by their mothers and wives, and the women will love them forever, carrying on their way and continuing their struggle. There is redemption in time, atonement in sin, and we are all going that way. The earth trembled as warriors passed through wild mountains, and rugged plains rose up to meet them, and a desolate, barren wasteland stretched out before them, scared by the ravages of war. The sky was pitch black, torn by gusty winds and strange, unknown currents. The very air seemed alive with dark, ominous shadows as if from another world. And again the cries of the warriors echoed through the night, the clatter of swords, the roar of human voices. Lord, they are coming, they will kill us all, cried the woman, her eyes wide with fear. A thick, oily smoke billowed before them, a chilling blackness that hid deadly snares and treacherous crags. My daughter, do you think there is any danger? Asked the warrior again, his voice laced with anxiety. Why are you afraid? You cannot follow me. Tell me, what should I do, my lord? She pleaded. You don't understand. I'm not fighting for myself, but for you. I can't let you risk your life, she exclaimed. You're a woman, my daughter, my wife, my sister, my mother. Change your mind, but I cannot leave my soul behind. The Lord's suffering people, the world's broken-hearted, the needy, all of you women are destined for this cruel life. What can we do? She asked. Time has not yet come. We must still struggle against sin and death. Our lives belong to God, but a woman will turn back the tide of bloodshed. My lord. But what about me? She cried, her voice breaking. If you had not spoken those words, my poor woman, I would have never known, said the man, his face filled with emotion. You must shout it from the rooftops and proclaim it with all your might, for indeed, I tell you, you are no different than me. Aye, look into the distance. Love, the lover, timidly turned away from me and stood still. The white young boy with rosy cheeks slowly merged two fragile arms into his robust fists. He moved toward the cat's den. Wheels screeched, no more. And now the fugitives seemed to come closer, their voices growing clearer, as if they were whispering in my ear. Go away from me, my love, and you leaving here? Yes, always together with you in heaven. The girl gazed at the distant row of stars, a deep abyss. There were flickering lights, shadows merged in a dance like siblings on a journey. Don't leave me, she cried suddenly, her eyes filled with tears. Who can bear my burden? You must keep moving forward. And you? I'll follow you, because only you can guide me. But will you go? Will I stay here alone? Then the woman pulled her fragile arms close to herself, protecting herself. She walked past him. She squeezed tightly, her hands wrapped around a bloody cloth to stop the bleeding. She no longer understood what she was saying, for that was all she had wanted, and there was no more thought involved. But the man raised his hand with an intent gesture. Don't mention my name, she said, echoing Mary's words of old. Time hasn't even passed yet. And then the girl saw a glimmering, divine figure around her, radiant halo. The servant on the balcony, dressed in white, was like a large white angel. In the next moment, darkness enveloped everything, and the light from torches flickered. The rough, distant echoes of mechanical sounds merged together, forming a solemn melody, as if ancient gods were singing. The girl's wary spirit caught a glimpse of her dreams that night. Now they found the girl, their new sibling, surrounding her, lifting her up, talking to each other. And then they disappeared into the dark, leaving only a faint glow from gas lamps on the wall. The writer's B.A. Lintel Allegorical where its fragmented thoughts were like the shadows of ancient Roman fields, dark and mysterious, towering over each other at the top of a tavern's balcony. The old Tordenmenier rat clutched his staff tightly. The harsh, black-haired wolves' eyes gleamed as they circled around him. The soaked, sword-wielding warrior's legs slowly moved like a dance with the cold wind. He then pushed forward, his face contorted in rage and tears. He grabbed the edges of the table, his hands trembling, and let out a powerful roar. The legs broke free from their restraints, and he fell to the ground, leaving only a faint echo of his angry voice. Menai raised himself up and looked at the last remaining falchion blade lying on the floor. He thought about it, his eyes reflecting the light from the lamp. It was then that he understood this was the moment he had been waiting for all along, the turning point of his life. As if in a dream, he felt like he would die in that very instant if he looked away. The oil painting on the wall depicted a living scene, a vivid image of an ancient battle with large, bold letters below it, detailing some kind of course, food. The gas lamp's glow illuminated the painting's every detail. Rook with a dark, catastrophic twist, from the Med to a festively decorated camel, a sharp turn was taken as it gored its way through the crowd. A child's cane broke, splattering blood onto the moving guest. It roared, its body writhing, tearing at itself, veins bulging, internal organs exposed, and with each convulsion it sent shivers down the spine of all who witnessed it. Suddenly, darkness descended, erasing all memory as if by a curse. The table and chairs disappeared, leaving only two dark shapes amidst the chaos. One was a black cat, its eyes glowing eerily, moving relentlessly towards an inanimate figure on the floor. Menieret, once vibrant with life, now lay motionless, his face frozen in terror, a captured the horror of the moment. The cat's cold gaze held him captive as its claws dug into his flesh, leaving behind a trail of lifeless limbs. The room was silent, broken only by the distant echo of a violin playing a haunting melody, a lament for lost souls. Images flickered in the minds of those present faces, ideas, memories. Everything that once brought joy now dissolved into insignificance. The crowd stood stunned, unable to comprehend the senseless destruction before them. The cat's attack ended as abruptly it began, leaving behind a void. The room was empty, save for the remnants of many a shattered body and the lingering fear in the air. This was not how it was meant to be. A quiet street, once bustling with life, now lay barren, a testament to the fragility of existence. The people stood apart, each carrying a piece of the broken puzzle, forever changed by what they had witnessed. They looked for answers, but found only silence. A single thought lingered. Where did it come from, and how could they stop it? Here is the English translation of the text. The photographer captured cities shrouded in smoke, buildings towering above, a misty fog creeping up. The hills rose, gently sweeping away the clouds that had been playing on the horizon, and suddenly he saw a city emerging from the mist, the sound of a zongora, a type of zither faintly reaching his ears. A peaceful meadow lay in the shadow of a hill. Ills, who could grasp nothing but what was right before him, completed his task masterfully. What he knew well, and that was enough. He had created something with direct life, giving purpose independent from his own being. He stood there, gazing at the vastness of nature, and noticed a peculiar rustling in the distance. His ears picked up the sound of strange clanging. He wanted to see where it came from, but his energy betrayed him. He felt as if looking into the depths of a great abyss, the sky turning a deep blue-gray above him. A white maiden, like a feather floating on the wind, passed before his eyes. The clouds dispersed, revealing the sun behind one of the hills, music still playing in the backgroundals. Gazing at the white figure, thought about what wonders could exist beyond the mountains, deeper than the valleys, more hidden than he could imagine. He slept soundly that night, dreaming of abstract shapes in a black void. In the morning he awoke with renewed vigor. Golden clouds floated above him, and he felt a sense of peace. He decided to venture into the valley. The zongora's melody continued to echo in his mind as he left everything behind and started walking. Yellow trees lined the path, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. A narrow trail snaked through the forest, leading him closer to his destination. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye, a golden glow coming from a clearing. 2 massive tree trunks stood proudly at either end, guarding an ancient stone altar. The ground around it was barren, but something about its simplicity captivated Ills. He sat down on the cold stone, listening to the wind whispering through the trees. A sense of calm washed over him as he watched a flock of white doves flying in circles above. In that moment, he felt a deep connection to nature and understood that beauty could be found even in the most hidden places. Illa's mind wandered, thinking about the world beyond this forest. He imagined vast landscapes, majestic mountains, and mysterious valleys waiting to be explored. The sound of the zongora echoed in his thoughts, inspiring him to continue on his journey. As he moved deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon a small cave. Faint glow emanated from within, inviting him closer. Inside, he discovered an ancient grinding stone covered in intricate carvings. It was a place of quiet contemplation, where time seemed to stand still. Ills spent hours studying the carvings, imagining the stories they could tell. He felt a sense of awe at the craftsmanship and wondered about the people who had once lived there. As the sun began to set, he knew it was time to continue his journey. Leaving the cave behind, he followed the path back towards the hill where the valley opened up. The boca, a type of ancient monument or altar, stood before him, its mysterious presence leaving him in awe. He felt a deep connection to this place and understood that it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Illiz decided to return, determined to explore every nook and cranny hidden within the valley. Here is the English translation of the text. Alvo I Noak's face lit up with mania for its extravagant educational presentation for the annual feast. The memories flooded him, the decorations, the feasting, the children's excited whispers, the reverence for knowledge, the feeling of belonging, and more. Nock felt inspired as he recalled the tales from Pestalozzi and Baron E.T. Azul's Jayazia Seth. The noble teachings, the emphasis on detachment, the nurturing of talent, the repetitive schooling, and the beautiful young woman playing the piano filled him with an indescribable sense of wonder. But these two individuals, moved by their experience, embraced a profound understanding, immersing themselves in the indelible feelings. Together they continued their journey, spreading apostolic love and joy. In front of a bustling city gate they encountered a stranger. The traveller spoke of a joyful celebration conducted by a kind teacher and a fair maiden capturing Deirdre Noak's imagination. They reached an unfamiliar old town, descending into the depths of silent alleys where Ilz, Enoch, and Abe Bell met as guests before reaching their destination. The innkeeper, a fierce-looking blacksmith, offered them long drinks, and the three friends sat at the large communal table in the dimly lit room filled with clinking glasses. They observed the curious arrangement of books, mezcal racks, and shoes neatly lined up. Meniot's mind wandered to his beloved books hidden away in the secret compartment, a treasure from his grandmother. The mysterious glow captivated them as they felt the warmth of the ancient volumes. The guests gathered, their conversations filling the air with anticipation. Graceful women, wise elders, and students eagerly awaited the evening's events. Baldassar, a knife-wielding cop, joined Ilz, a narc, and El, sharing his insights, they discussed the teachings of the master. The night unfolded with tales of wisdom, songs from festive feasts, and educational lectures, leaving an indelible mark all who attended. The journey of learning from history, the story of Rook. From the depths of reflection on history, St. Augustine placed Aristotle before a group of women who tended to a well-manicured garden. Among them was a woman named Goston, whose intense curiosity towards the unknown captivated everyone. They all wanted to understand what drove this enigmatic figure and why she intrigued them so much, but none could provide an answer. Subconsciously, they felt a strange magnetism towards her, as if an unseen force were drawing them closer, each of them becoming a fragment of a whole that only existed because of her. This collective feeling, the communal bond forged in their shared curiosity, intensified as the night fell and their voices echoed in unison. The women gathered around, captivated by her words, which seemed to dance on the edges of understanding. The young men from the village, upon seeing this spectacle, were filled with awe. They found themselves drawn to this foreign woman who had become a beacon of knowledge in their midst. As dawn broke, they approached her, unable to contain their curiosity any longer. They gazed upon her, mesmerized by her presence, and asked for guidance, seeking answers to questions that had long puzzled them. The woman, with a gentle smile, listened to their inquiries. She spoke of unity and diversity, explaining that each individual is like a part of a body, a unique piece that contributes to the whole. Her words resonated within them, breaking down their barriers and fostering a sense of connection. They realized that their differences were not obstacles, but rather elements that enriched their shared experience. One young man overcome with emotion. "Stranger, how can this woman, so full of wisdom, be among us? She is like an angel from another world." The others nodded in agreement, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for her presence. They helped her tend to the garden, each contributing their strength and enthusiasm. As the day wore on, they gathered around the altar, united in their quest for knowledge. The air was filled with reverence as Illos, Isabel, and Nock, standing at the highest point of the temple, offered prayers with fervor. The sun's rays danced through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant colors upon them. The villagers, once divided, now stood together in harmony, their voices raised in unison. Menichurat, a figure of authority, watched in awe as the people's faith united them. He realized that this woman had brought them closer, erasing the boundaries that once separated them. In that moment, he understood the power of unity and the importance of embracing diversity. The day turned to night, and the group continued their discussions, each person leaving with a newfound sense of belonging. They had found something extraordinary in their shared journey, a connection that transcended words and touched their souls. As they dispersed into the darkness, their hearts filled with gratitude, knowing that this encounter had forever changed them. In the silence of the night, I stood, reflecting on these events. My mind raced with thoughts, each one more vivid than the last, as if I were trapped in a dream. I felt a strange sense of peace, and yet at the same time an insatiable curiosity. The night air seemed to whisper secrets, inviting me to explore the unknown. I was eager to learn, to grow, and to embrace whatever lay ahead, for I had discovered that life's greatest treasure lies in the journey itself. I took a walk in the middle of the night, surrounded by a silence so profound and unsettling that I felt myself shrinking within my home. I left, locking the door behind me, and stepped out onto the street. The cold winter night enveloped me as I started walking down a large road. The silence was deafening, interrupted only by the distant rumble of a vehicle. I passed a lone figure standing on a pillar, a policeman watching over the square, and a man on the side of the road, motionless as he waited for a hand to help him. For what felt like an eternity, I stood at the window, my heart pounding with fear. Suddenly, I felt a sense of urgency, as if something terrible had just happened, and I rushed into a nearby cafe. No one moved. Everyone sat still around the tables, their eyes fixed on the floor. I noticed a woman in a shawl huddled by the window, her gaze distant as she stared at nothing. I continued my search, reaching a large house where I took refuge from the cold. I felt empty and alone. The streets were silent. No voices echoed through the night. I heard footsteps, then a knock on the door, but when I opened it, no one was there. A profound silence fell again, broken only by the sound of my own breathing. I started to run, driven by some unseen force. I saw a police officer ahead, and I approached him, but he didn't respond. The city seemed frozen, as if life had stopped altogether. I felt a sense of disbelief. How could everyone be dead? Yet around me people lay motionless on the tables in cafes, others huddled together on the streets, all lifeless bodies under the moonlight. A beautiful woman with long hair caught my eye. She was shrouded in a shawl, her gaze filled with sorrow as she stared out into the night. I felt an overwhelming sense of loss and realized that everyone around me had passed away in the single moment the city had died. I sat down, overcome by grief. I am alone, I whispered. The enormity of what had happened hit me. A miracle, or perhaps fate, had left me alive while taking everyone else. I understood that I had to leave this place, escape from this dead city. There was nowhere to go, but I knew I couldn't stay. The people still live. I became wary and restless, sank into a not-so-distant illuminated ultimate buffet, and was blessed. I raised a glass to a greasy wooden plate held aloft by one hand. Another took an endless, never-ending scroll that never fully unfurls. The cashier, with a forever-lasting gesture, withdrew my account. I retreated, lifting my bags filled with money, and began spending it bit by bit. My fortune quickly depleted. Standing there for a moment in an almost reckless manner, but then I grabbed a slice of bread from a vendor. Starving, I wandered down the street, where strange and peculiar thoughts occurred to me that every living being in this city had died, while the automat's simple machinery still hummed. I thought myself infinitely rich, as every possession, every value was mine in this city because I was the only one left alive. But eventually exhaustion took over. I longed for companionship, someone to talk to, a friend, a loved one, anyone with whom I could share my thoughts, listen to their voice, feel their warmth. Although I knew it would be alone and difficult, I headed towards the house where my dear friend lived. Of course, I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I gazed upon her bed, beautifully, yet sadly arranged, and a white and dusty pillowcase was all that remained of a comforting presence. I wept. I felt like I had finally found home. Not far from my own place, I walked down familiar streets, yet everything seemed so different now. A faint echo of the past lingered. Suddenly, I realized this was where I belonged. For a moment I thought of ending it all, but then a surge of determination within me won out to survive, to live, because somehow, on this night, fate had ordered things in such a way that I must still be here, alive. I packed a small bag with what I deemed essential: books, writings, old letters, pictures, many of my cherished memories, promises for the future, and dreams yet to come. A handful of weapons, a revolver, a large knife, a bottle of cognac, and other things I believed would be useful. These I placed in a small satchel, thinking perhaps I might find service. I left the house feeling as if I were embarking on an unknown journey into complete obscurity, fleeing from a conflict that seemed insurmountable. I stood still, gazing around me. A faint melody drifted through the air, enchanting me with its simple beauty, the only sound, harmony, and beauty I had heard in this dead city. I walked down the street where once bustling marketplaces now lay silent, and the sun rose at the eastern horizon, casting a pale glow over everything. In front of a palacy place I hadn't intended to visit it, noticed a massive car parked there. It occurred to me that perhaps this was my chance to escape, to leave all this behind. But I understood nothing about it. I only wanted to learn about the human spirit, and the machines here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Roki. I had never heard of Loki's organization before. I left with a heavy heart. What should I do? I decided to leave the city, where in the world could I go? There must be a place on this planet, in these surroundings, where I can find life, where people live. Then an overwhelming thought struck me. What if the whole country, Europe, even the entire world, had died during this unprecedented night? I felt completely overwhelmed. This idea spread through my mind like a dark storm cloud, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. Should I wait here for my Creator, or should I go forth as if it were my last day, like some kind of eternal death? I had to break out of my shell, shake off the darkness of despair, or maybe as an act of defiance, I would live on this dead earth, the most wretched and desolate place in the world. Walking down the street, I felt a mixture of grief and determination. I passed by houses filled with the dead, people going about their work at dawn or returning home, all frozen in time, as if they were part of an ancient ritual. I reached the city limits. It was already morning, and the clear blue sky was filled with the sun's radiant rays, casting long shadows on the trees had survived the night. Beyond them, carriages laden with people from neighboring villages entered the city, bringing food, wood, and other supplies. Each carriage carried dead souls, silently enduring their fate. I no longer felt the weight of this macabre scene as I walked further away. A sudden realization hit me. The trees were adorned with vibrant colors, the branches swayed gently in the wind, and a sense of life returned to the forest. I noticed that even the rocks seemed alive, with moss growing on them, and the air was filled with the songs of birds. I stopped, astonished, realizing that while everything around me had changed, life still persisted, hidden from my sight. I put down my bag, no longer willing to carry it. A sense of peace washed over me as I watched nature's rebirth. And then I realized something profound. Amidst this new growth, there was a stark contrast with the dead city I had left behind. It was as if life had won a battle against death. As I walked on, I saw traces of the past dead farmers in their fields, trees with no fruits and broken tools, but I no longer felt overwhelmed by them. The thought of the fallen city faded into the background, replaced by a new understanding of resilience and life's persistent nature. Kept moving forward, passing through villages where people welcomed me warmly, sharing stories of survival and hope. I realized that even in the darkest of times, humanity could find ways to persevere and rebuild. The memory of the dead city remained, but it no longer held power over me. And as the sun set, I found myself high atop a hill, gazing at the distant horizon where the sky met the earth. The world had changed, but life went on defying the darkness, just like the resilient spirit within me. I left the town, abandoned and dead, with no regrets. The difficulty weighed heavily on me, and somehow my spirit fled. Occasionally I felt a vague sense of dread for my future, for my fate, for the world's fate. Sometimes I would pause by the roadside, gazing at the fire as if it was sweet wine, inhaling the scent of distant smoke, seeking solace among the trees and the endless stream. If only I could have dreamed, I would rest. If I escaped, I would fly, but I no longer looked at maps, saw people or buildings, or even a horizon. No clouds adorned the sky. It was cold and barren. Night never fell, nor did change come. Perhaps my journey would last for days, or maybe just hours. I couldn't tell. From this life, I had little left to offer. If I had any dreams, and at all, I sought them in solitude and silence. Then a woman appeared on the path before me, coming from afar. I'd seen her before only in my dreams. I felt an unusual attraction to her, as if she were merely a reflection of something that once meant a lot to me, someone I once loved, or perhaps never did. We introduced ourselves, and then, in a moment of clarity, I realized who she was, my one true friend, the person I once loved, but had long since lost touch with someone I thought about sometimes, with a mix of sadness and longing. It seemed fate had brought us together again. She, too, had left her home, just as I had left mine. We were both travelers, searching for life in a world that felt dead to us. We asked each other questions, burdened by the weight of our pasts. As we talked, we understood each other's fates, and marvelously realized that our journeys had brought us together for a reason. She, like me, was seeking something life, perhaps. I told her what I had: weapons, treasure, and money. "Is this all you seek?" she asked, and I felt my resolve falter. She said, "There are fruits on the trees. We don't need to fear the night. Let's go together." Hand in hand, we walked down a new path, leaving behind the 2 dead cities that had been our homes. We had so much to tell each other, fears and dreams we'd kept hidden for so long. It seemed like a dream come true, that we were finally together, 2 living souls on this vast earth. She left her home just as I did. All she carried was her beauty and her heart, which she entrusted to me. "Can these things bring you back to life?" she asked. And I replied, yes. We both knew then that our journeys had led us here for a reason, not only to meet, but to stay together. Erkra, our lost soul's journey home time still eludes, is that we didn't live together. Oh, how this could have been. We didn't know what the future held or our destinies, but we felt it would be good, true to our expectations, the joy that awaited us, the longed for heaven. We set out on a journey. No longer did we shy away from each other's failures, whether from sorrow or haste. Instead, we told each other everything. Now, as 2 of the few survivors, we found ourselves in this once dead city, just the 2 of us on earth. We felt an unbreakable bond, more than lovers, more like family, parents, and siblings united by a common fate. We began to share stories from our past lives. Lost in mid-life, we realized we had only each other now, a single pair among humanity's remnants. We forgave each other, embraced the present moment, and looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, we felt like we'd reached our destination, a beautiful, welcoming home nestled deep within a park. The sun barely touched the horizon. The sky remained unblackened by nightfall. As we stood at its threshold, we knew this is it, our sanctuary, where 2 souls, once strangers, found each other and will live as one. Our children will be countless, diverse in their individuality, scattered like pieces of a broken heart. But this didn't deter us. Filled with joy and contentment from life and love, we embraced each other again, as if for the first time. We forgot everything, the fading memories of our past lives, the cities that no longer exist, the places we left behind, the endless nights and the harsh dawns. We remembered only that we found each other like 2 children, young at heart, ready to embrace life in. Corinthi free Fregisaki Zel, I had dreamt of this long before I walked on earth. In summer's warmth, every droplet of dew, every ray of light gathered over the months, transformed into a fiery glow, as if kindling from a distant fire. The difficult bananas and oranges softened, their skin wrinkled, while palm leaves unfurled in vibrant shades of green. Even people seemed to transform like fruits. When we emerged from the sea, our bodies relaxed as if dipped in warm water, our skin soft, our eyes gleaming. A magnificent pagan summer had passed, leaving a void, a gap that lasted for perhaps 60 years. In the arena, we organized Olympic-style competitions. Young men wrestled and graceful women danced at the end. We were all young and deeply in love with each other. The locals, drunk on fermenting grapes, served us wine in fragrant bowls. At midnight, our voices echoed through songs composed just for that moment, and we recited poems. We enjoyed the women's laughter and swaying hips. We saw similarities between them. Fruits, flowers, graceful birds, curious cats, and playful mice. A beautiful metaphor brought reality to life, and when a poet spoke of these moments, his words painted pictures so vivid that we blessed the work with even more admiration than he had deserved. We also acted out dramas in which darkness played a central role, fitting end to our journey. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Rokia, the paintings were freely rendered in colors and symbols as if emerging from blood and dust, just like people. I remember a conversation with an Italian musician where the music was endless, a restless longing. It seemed as if massive armies of soldiers had emerged from the canvas to be captured by some pale maiden's swinging hair. Often, while listening to the music, I daydreamed because I was in love with Lola, whom the musician also loved, and I would have loved her even more if I had died at her feet. We didn't fear death. We followed orgies and did not raise our voices. Death brought us only oozing blood and nothing else. They spoke of a count who, in secret, satisfied his romantic longings. Among his children were young girls and pretty maidens. Often and often we thought of her. August Cause Court was where we frequently gathered and talked about Maecenas. For a while, Borgia Caesar was our ideal. Later, we became more refined, organizing pasture games in the Versailles Park. We were then captivated by Deus and D'Annunzio, and our messages grew ever more passionate, each of us expressing Salome's dance. Meanwhile, throughout the entire day, the sun shone brightly. Quarnero gleamed like crystal, rising high up towards the Alps, and we could see the waves crashing against the coast. There was nothing else that interested me. It was a beautiful summer, and the sky was always blue. And Stranger arrived in the evening. In the evening I talked with Lola. I was relaxed and simple. I spoke of the changing summer and youth, many colors blending into my words, as if the grass on the meadow was turning yellow, red, and blue, and I stood in contrast to the plants. But then I got tired of the words and the colors, and when I couldn't speak any more, Lola suddenly left the conversation and wiped her sweat. I thought about what I could say, but only vague melodies came to mind, each with the same repetitive rhythm about which I had spoken. I felt uneasy, and something uncomfortable settled in. We returned to the hotel. Young girls played tennis in the garden. Many were listening, but I was tired and bored, not joining them. The doorman stood at the door, talking to a stranger. I noticed they didn't understand each other. I left. At that moment I realized my mistake. Her eyes were not blue, but rather dark gray, and at least one of them was higher, longer than I had initially thought. I was slightly surprised, then cynically indifferent. We spoke little. It seemed as if we weren't even on Capri anymore, but somewhere in a German bathhouse, perhaps Hamburg, a Spey. In a daze, I started talking to Lola again, and I found myself getting carried away, my words becoming more passionate, sharper, completely engulfed in music, singing, explaining what I felt and experienced with her. Suddenly, I was horrified at the realization of my actions. I hoped it would get easier. But now, everything was different. She had long, dark, blue hair that fell wildly around her face like a cold, blue mist or a rugged vine on the peaks of rugged mountains. Her body was completely exposed, 2 meters tall with flowing curves, not looking up, not even flinching. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Embark. I was walking along the shore when I noticed something peculiar. The sea seemed to be whispering, not moving at all. A subtle sound emerged from within it, unlike anything I'd heard before. The whisper grew louder and more insistent. Something was staring beneath the waves. I strained to listen, unsure if it was human speech or some animal's cry. I pleaded with them not to do it, claiming it would drive me insane. They responded abruptly but calmly, their voice barely above a whisper as they spoke about a secret they held close. They suddenly mentioned sharing something with Lowell, and when they spoke of him, he seemed like a young man, full of youthful exuberance, but also carrying the weight of responsibility. There was one unique detail. One side of his body was bathed in a soft green light. For a moment it appeared as if 5 or 6 arms had sprouted from that side. Though I couldn't see clearly in these segments of flesh, he seemed move independently. Later, I asked curiously what Lolan's song meant. They answered with a calm but firm tone, saying they were waiting for the north wind on a distant shore where they could not yet fully see through the fog. But their spirit was drawn to it, like a ship's rudder constantly pointing towards a distant horizon. If ever they should break free from these chains, binding them to flesh, they would travel through sea and sky until they reached that final resting place in the depths. I heard the music again, a haunting melody, a rhythmic thumping, and realized it came from within me. I attempted to silence myself, but it was futile. A heavy pressure built up inside me. Desperate, I asked them what kind of love they sang about. They revealed with calm conviction that their beloved awaited them on a northern shore, still obscured by fog, but she had a spirit as fierce and relentless as the sea, forever guiding them with the end of her sword, like a lighthouse beacon. Love was something they often expressed, and again I heard that haunting tune, the rhythmic pounding, like a chorus of one-note chants. However, when I tried to emulate it within myself, I discovered my chromatic musical scale could not convey its essence, and thus it could never be fully expressed through any instrument. At that moment, I realized their origin was Norwegian. The evening had set in. Though I couldn't see their face, I felt a sense of protection, as if I were already known to them. They answered my unspoken question with profound sadness, saying their beloved would never reach Capri Island. Her spirit had passed away, but someday, somewhere, they might still meet, whether it be them or her shadow, if not here, perhaps among the dead. When the world ends and night falls in the dark depths of a graveyard alley, they search for one another among the shadows. As I listened, they began to tremble, their body moving like the waves. I cannot bear it any more, they cried. The whispers have consumed me. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Embark. I gazed upon this filled table, this delicate arrangement, this feast of many fruits and rich juices. And as I spoke these words, some chill began to creep in my bones. A profound fear gripped me, as if I were already dying. The next morning, when I looked out the window, the sky was dark and cold, with black mountains on the northern horizon. I walked down the street, the crisp air cutting through me as it swept along, caressing the rooftops of the houses as it passed by. The trees bowed low, and the wind carried a scent of earth and decay. Further ahead, the waves crashed against the shore, their foam swirling into the depths, and the path I had, once run home with joy, now seemed to stretch endlessly before me, carrying memories of life that had long since passed. I lifted my hands in supplication, begging for mercy, and as my gaze fell upon my lips, I heard, high above me, between two layers of clouds, the whispered words, "The northern wind is rising." On the ornate table, set with 3 vases, one of malachite, one of porphyry, and the third of amethystine and golden artifacts, pairs of exquisite sculptures or torts adorned with delicate swirls of frosting. Above them, Renaissance-style statues of Venus in silver, their bodies casting eerie shadows on the dark tablecloth. Crystal candles carved from ancient Etruscan art, aglowed in a display that evoked obscenity and crudity. Fantastical figures hung from the ceiling, woven with sea creatures. Cherries were suspended in glass jars, while alabaster vases held every kind of fruit. Above them stood 4 mysterious Egyptian canopias, Amset's human face, Happy's fishy visage, Dormoto's bearded countenance, and Kebsonov's jackal head. Around the room, antique statues of gods and goddesses were displayed on Gobelin tapestries that depicted obscene or grotesque scenes from Etruscan art. A large Roman-style door with a bronze overlay led to a side hall where a fountain gushed forth. Its waters fell into a basin carved from white marble, adorning the room of Calipos Aphrodite, who stood in an opalescent vase. Beside the fountain, a woman sat still, her only movement being the tremble of her lips. She held a golden earring, and her alabaster face was contorted in pain. Baldassare, the chamberlain lost in his own world, moved freely around the room, seemingly oblivious to everything except the flames dancing in the fireplace. The host, Signor Rospigliosi, remained silent, not responding to the chamberlain's polite inquiry about their expectation during this cold evening. "My lord," the chamberlain said respectfully, "we are but a small group, and I wonder if we might be expected at such short notice. A noble host would surely have warned us of such an event." Rospigliosi said nothing, observing Florence's most exquisite candle-holder, crafted in the workshop of the Della Robbias. In earlier times he had often heard his master speak of it with reverence, describing how the wax figures were painstakingly created. The chamberlain knew better than to disturb him during these silent moments when the old man would drift off into a dream, like state wandering through his palace from floor to ceiling, accompanied by shadows and memories. Here is the translation of the text. When will the guest arrive? You asked with a concerned tone, but Baldassare remained aloof. From his vantage point, Rospigliosi observed the servant's anxious pacing and the large, dreamlike eyes that glared at him. "The guest is taking his time," Rospigliosi replied. "I fear he may not come today. He often searches for me day and night, Doc." He sighed, wishing to resolve this uncertainty. "I would have liked to settle this matter once, and for all with him today." Who was he?" Baldassare inquired curiously. Rospigliosi raised his voice. "I'm not entirely sure, Baldassare. I often believe my other self, my split soul, resides in another body." Baldassare, gazing intently at the speaker, replied, "You sense a certain restlessness in your words, as if you are divided within yourself." He mentioned his trusted physician, Messer Tarocci, who also held similar reservations. "My God, protect him from this great peril," Baldassare exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Rospigliosi continued, "Every night I feel as if I were split in two. At least until 1:30. I can't completely remember, for everything seems to happen to me as if the other part of my soul had occurred in a different life. Santa Maria, Ah! Baldassare exclaimed, taken aback. Messer Baroccius, the learned humanist Rospigliosi continued, says that this detachment is what ancient Greeks called daimonion. Even Socrates referred to it. Who was your master? Baldassare asked. Rospigliosi replied, Socrates, a Greek sage. I sense a similar daimonion within me too. It torments me, wanting nothing more than to be free from my service and to dominate me. He described the extraordinary state of being shared between him and his other self, where they seemed to function as one. Indeed, my master, Rospigliosi admitted, I realize for some time that I serve two masters, as it were. Before, everything was in harmony, and no guest ever complained about my service. But now, with nothing to occupy me, my master often chides me, because I struggle to understand his desires. He expressed a desire to find peace in St. Mary's presence, hoping she would deliver him from the wicked demon who desired to stay in this house. Listen, Baldassare, Rospigliosi urged, still hearing the distant voice of his guest, who hadn't arrived yet. My master has a peculiar request, he continued, explaining that he wanted to share a home with this mysterious figure and treat her as an equal. She deserves better than my master's cruel treatment, he said, referring to the demon. My plight is that I've always been a good person. Rospigliosi confessed, reflecting on his life. But I feel sympathy for the unfortunate ones. However, this other side, he tempts me into dishonesty. If he wasn't here, I wouldn't have half of what I possess today. God forgive me, Baldassare said, echoing Rospigliosi's sentiments, but I always thought my master had a demon whispering in his ear. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Uki. The host year after year increases the payment for his guest as much as he has travelled from place to place. Not I, but the demon, said Baldassare. Then he remembered the case of little Marietta as well. That little girl used to love her uncle dearly, and perhaps still does. But because she was a pauper, he drove her out of the house during the most harsh night, when she trembled at some shadows to which she had a right. My lord took him in with his child, who, according to all reports, is my lord's son. Where is Marietta? Settignano, replied Baldassare. My lord did not send any message to her. That poor little girl would have frozen to death if I hadn't come across her and seen no money. Otherwise, I would have helped her. Well done, Baldassare, said Rospigliosi, but I don't know what the demon will say now, who orchestrates all this and demands payment from me for every detail. The world, continued Baldassare, knows many evil deeds of my lord, cruel acts even in Florence, yet they consider him the most charming man. It cannot be otherwise than that my lord lives with a devil within him. The demon of finances, spoke Rospigliosi in a low voice. I would gladly give all my wealth to the poor if there are no such devils who always claim more. Baldassare hung his head, as he had felt this truth for a long time, but never knew how to express it so beautifully as Signor Rospigliosi. I am the most wicked man in the world, said Rospigliosi with a sigh, because I was born good, and yet I heard the voice of the demon, the second evil in my life. Though now I hide it, my nature is noble. You, Baldassare, are unable to serve him. Baldassare raised his hand to his head. That's why I called him here tonight, continued Rospigliosi, to settle our accounts. I want to give half of my wealth to the poor, and keep the other half for myself. and you cannot serve him as he deserves. Baldassare felt defeated. Marietta passed away, announced the servant to Lord Rospigliosi. No sign of her death was visible to the wealthy patron. Marietta is gone. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name. You are okay. Baldassare corrected Rospigliosi, believing him to be mistaken about the guest's absence. "I know," replied Rospigliosi in a muffled tone. Marietta was occupied. Baldassare's eyes widened suddenly. Marietta's death and her peculiar behavior troubled his mind. He grabbed the child by the hand and tried to pull it towards the door. "Stop!" shouted Rospigliosi. Baldassare paused. "Leave the child here," said Rospigliosi, "and quickly go to the notary. Just tell him that I sent you," he added. Baldassare was accustomed to his master's orders being carried out without question or argument. He left, and upon entering the notary's chamber, found him reluctant to leave his warm bed due to the harsh cold. But as soon as Baldassare's voice reached his ears, he sprang up and opened the door himself. "What do you want?" questioned the notary. "My lord sent me here," replied Baldassare. The notary, half asleep, asked in a groggy tone, "Are you awake or dreaming?" "I am wide awake," answered Baldassare. "Put the child down," commanded the notary. Messer Rovetti led the servant to the chancellor's office, where a massive chest stood against the wall. "Take the child here," instructed Baldassare. The servant pulled out a rolled-up parchment from the chest. "Have your lord sign this," he said. 2 witnesses were needed. "One of them could be you if you know how to write." "Just my name will suffice," offered the servant. "My name is enough," confirmed Messer Rovetti. "Your lord shall sign it as a witness, and so shall you." "Who else is in the house?" "There's no one else here but Lord Rospigliosi, myself, and Marietta's young son, who has just arrived." "Anyone else?" asked Rovetti. "Just a woman sitting by the well, barely clothed," replied the servant. "That's not an issue as long as she knows how to write." Baldassare nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed, so that my lord does not keep me waiting any longer." "Will Messer Rovetti be joining you?" inquired the servant. "Why not?" retorted Baldassare. The servant shrugged, indicating his discomfort with such late-night business. "Very well. Then," continued the notary, "let us finish this. What is written in this document, Messer Rovetti?" Rovetti explained that half of the document was addressed to Rospigliosi's friends, while the other half... Baldassare interrupted. "Marietta's son. The child is hers." "May God bless my lord," prayed Baldassare, as he carefully rolled up the parchment and tucked it under his arm. He turned back to the door, but paused. What are we writing about here, Messer Rovetti?" Rovetti revealed that one half of the document was intended for Rospigliosi's friends, while the other... Baldassare cut him off, saying he had already understood. "Very well, then," said Rovetti. "If my lord is content, let us not delay any longer. Here is the translation of the text." Rourke, the gentle breeze, caressed the broken fragments, gently scattering them across the vast expanse. Alone, he stood by the open window, gazing out with a pensive gaze, his spirit yearning for freedom through the poetic words of a melancholic poem. Such a poignant verse, spoken with a tender voice. Valdemar might have whispered if words were not so heavy on his lips. His heart ached with an unfamiliar longing, as if he wanted to grasp something elusive and precious. The room was filled with a sombre atmosphere, its walls adorned with lilac-hued curtains that drooped dramatically. Above, the clouds on the horizon mirrored this delicate hue, and Valdemar, lost in his world of sorrow, felt like a soldier adrift in a battlefield, a fallen knight without a cause. As I recalled, Valdemar realized he was dead, and with that acceptance he took his first step towards the essence. His second step followed when he transcended himself. It was a monumental leap, and with it, Valdemar immersed himself into the essence. He didn't yet comprehend its mysteries, but sensed them all the same, as if these words were echoing, Valdemar, great secrets lie within your earthly realm. The essence has revealed itself to me, and it is more captivating than any fairy tale. Valdemar, do not fear, for I sense trouble ahead. With that, Valdemar took his second step, transcending once more V. Meanwhile, as Valdemar basked in the lilac-clad soldier's graceful strides, he felt a sharp pain in his body, akin to human flesh being torn. I must break free from this bond with the physical, he exclaimed, and a significant transformation occurred within Valdemar. His consciousness rose above the mortal realm, leaving behind the shackles of physical existence. Two dimensions merged, and Valdemar gazed upon them both in wonder. Valdemar wept. Floating in a sea of memories, he sang, his voice blending with the rhythm of the storm-tossed seas. He had never heard such music before a roar, untamed melody that spoke volumes without words. He sang for the people who wander aimlessly, seeking solace from the chaos of life. He named them after their essence, for he felt a profound connection to his own Valdemar, the essence now freed. On the ship's side, fragments of broken ice glistened in the sunlight, as if Valdemar, the essence, was still searching and yearning for something, the echo of his quest for life after death. Fantastic soundscapes and sensory-rich atmospheres filled the air, each note a whispered secret. A small, lilac-shaded nook nestled within the vast expanse, its quietness broken only by the gentle caress of the wind. Valdemar, with immense affection, reached out for the delicate apricot. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Rakai. He made sorrowful sofas, curved armchairs that sank into despair, and small, wretched chair-rulers of space. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, and he groaned, sighed, and groaned again with each passing moment. Jesus Ziljai lay awake on the train until midnight, his body coiled like a snake. A sense of unease gripping him was a barometer of doom, unfortunately not even spared by the moment. Even back in the train station, I thought that the city, so often mentioned, could only owe its existence to cartographers' need for detailed maps and the transportation infrastructure's insatiable demand. Transport hub, claiming to be a city, but nothing more than a cluster of buildings surrounding the railway station and beyond. But it was all in vain. At 8 o'clock that evening, I left the train, stationed me backpack, remained at the ticket counter and turned my gaze toward the district where I had intended to stay. I passed by a guest house that sent shivers down my spine, surrendered myself to its serene charm, and noticed a few modestly decorated inns with charming courtyards, their windows illuminated by a gleaming light, a surreal image contrasting starkly with the surrounding cold and empty streets. A panhandler's cry broke through the silence, the only beacon of human presence among the frozen fields. I returned to the train station, still uncertain where my journey would take me next. Why didn't I venture further beyond this desolate place into one of the nearby Hungarian towns with warm lights beckoning from their windows? Or why didn't I continue on different tracks after 2 sleepless nights, seeking solace in a peaceful haven away from the chaos and noise? For a brief moment, countless "Why?" questions filled my mind. But as soon as I realized that neither enlightenment nor a satisfying answer was forthcoming, I let them go. I stood still, reflecting on the surreal beauty of this abandoned house, a haunting image amidst the vast emptiness. No longer does he expose himself. His colourless invitation to culture clashes with his unyielding desire for solitude, and I refuse to endure the bitter chill of such an existential crisis. For now I hide behind the night-shrouded door, waiting for light to reveal a path. A moment later, my eyes embrace the flowing waterfall that reminds me of the folded, creased fabric of memory. Then, with swift, unyielding steps, I pass through a doorway that opens into a space teeming with an odd assortment of objects, a table laden with long, intricately carved legs, an oil lamp burnt out, and mysterious sources of ethereal light illuminating a vast, dimly lit hall filled with books, paintings, music, and art. A group of elderly people sit at the table, their sultry, wrinkled faces illuminated by glowing wine glasses, each glass chipped and tarnished, reflecting their diverse tastes in life, from decadent pleasure to profound despair. I witness them, consumed by a strange mixture of guilt and shame, their inherent madness amplified by my own fleeting thoughts. Later, as I stand there, a momentary blur of consciousness takes over, and I imagine myself among the rablobalang, twisted words etched upon their faces, reading them with morbid fascination. A relentless, almost insatiable feeling washes over me, intensifying my growing despair. A servant, his face hidden behind a flowing beard, slowly approaches me, his voice echoing in the vast hall. He asks if everything is to my liking. The table, adorned with marbled glasses filled with P.I. Linka, a Hungarian spirit, reflects their weary faces, two elderly men, one with a scorched earth demeanour and another with a firebrand tone, as they await my response. I cannot bring myself to answer. Instead, I feel a sudden surge of determination. I want to take the next train back home, leaving this place behind. But fate has other plans. A momentary blur, a sensation of weightlessness, and I am rushing through the door, the force of the wind almost knocking me off my feet. I look around, realizing that what I witnessed was not real, a manifestation of my heightened sense of unease. The 5 eyes that followed me have disappeared, leaving only an echo of their presence. I shake it off, knowing I must continue on, even though the shadows still haunt me. My resolve strengthens as I think of my upcoming journey home in 3 days, a promise I made to myself. Yet deep down I fear what awaits me there, perhaps another form of madness. But for now, I must focus on surviving this night, hoping that tomorrow brings clarity and a chance to reclaim my life. Here is the translation of the text. He was rolled into an invalid's cot, where halfway through a sickly child lay twitching. "This evening's stay is fine," he murmured. "It can serve in a clean and tidy room. Just give me some time." Beside the bed, a small door creaked open, a foliosa scroll on which the horror had been fearlessly scribed with a quill. I followed it hypnotically, as if in a trance, until I saw the receiver forlorn child lying motionless before me, its eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Already half asleep, I groped my way behind him, following the scroll's ghostly trail with my outstretched hand. And suddenly I found myself face to face with death itself. The room, whose door I now realized was the only entrance, ended abruptly where the scroll seemed to vanish, as if swallowed by a dark chasm. It twisted and turned in my mind like a labyrinthine passage, no longer merely a single enigmatic word, but a path that led me deeper into its mysteries. The sickly child's bed curtains hung motionless, elegant yet eerie, and beside it stood a tattered, ancient book on a rickety table, along with a narrow, mouthed goblet filled with what appeared to be aged wine. A worn leather-bound tome, already marked by the passage of time and the hands that had used it frequently but roughly, lay open, its pages yellowed from age and use. The receiver, the child in bed, held a small, delicate handkerchief in his grasp, a pathetic gesture of comfort. The scroll, now rolled up again, was held by its owner with a cold, almost reverent touch before being placed beside a dim, light-saucy, strange parody of a sacred ritual. Then, with a wish for a good night, he spoke in a voice that sounded like some kind of charm and disappeared from the room. I stood alone, bewildered. I had gone so far along this path, I thought to myself, that if only the child's guardian had been there, my fate could have been different. But by chance or fate, he hadn't even noticed my presence. Perhaps it was for the best, as the room seemed to reject any attempt at conversation. I tried again, this time with more determination, but the silence remained unbroken. I wanted to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a hidden passage or mechanism behind this door, but fatalism took hold of me. I lay down on the bed, and defeated, what did it matter now if I couldn't solve this enigma? I once felt as if I were soaring through the air, my pink arms stretching and flapping like the most perfect flying machine, born of a bird's dream. I had no idea where I was going, but there was an atval door open or closed. It didn't matter. Let's fly. Never before had I been so fearless in such a sudden urge to take flight. I soared higher and higher, my wings stretching further and further, always moving faster and higher. Sometimes I would return to the ground, but only for a brief moment to gain even more momentum and soar even higher. As I ascended into the upper regions of the sky, my soul felt unbound as I heard the silent joy of the world below me, the sound of marbles rolling on smooth stones, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. A voice spoke to me from afar. "I've been waiting for you for thousands of years." The sound echoed through the air, compelling me to descend. Before me stood a young girl, her fair skin glowing like moonlight. Her hair fell softly around her, and she seemed to be in a state of pure bliss. Her long, slender neck held up an arc of flawless beauty that captivated my gaze. Her eyes, a beautiful shade of brown, sparkled with curiosity as she looked at me. I was surprised by her familiarity. I had never felt so comfortable in the presence of another person before. She spoke with a gentle voice. "If you've been waiting for me for thousands of years, why did you not come sooner?" I smiled, feeling a strange warmth spread through my body. I realized that perhaps it was just a figment of my imagination, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. I had never experienced such a connection with anyone before, and the thought that she might be real sent shivers down my spine. As morning light filtered through the clouds, her presence seemed to fill me with an unusual energy. Her eyes sparkled even brighter, and her smile was enchanting. She approached me closer, and I could see the delicate wrinkles around her eyes, as if time had left its mark on her. "You didn't come," she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over me. I began to question my reality, wondering if this was all just a dream or a memory from another life. But then I remembered the warmth of the sun on my face, and the gentle breeze caressing my wings. It couldn't be real, or could it? I spent the rest of the day wandering through memories and dreams, trying to make sense of what had happened. I wondered about the girl, her name, and where she came from. Was this a glimpse into a past life or a vision of my future? The question remained unanswered, leaving me with a lingering sensation of mystery and wonder. With determination, I proved that no one could stay in that room at night. I'll see you later. Half-open door. I entered the room, an empty bed facing me, but the couple's fresh scent did not hide that they had just left each other's arms from their recent intimacy. On the table lay a white lace dress, carefully laid out. I studied it for a moment, then grabbed my bag and headed to the train station. The morning light seemed to bring forth all the earth's sorrows. I waited 3.5 hours. In an unhurried state, I went through every machine, then spoke with a stern-looking railway official. "Such a beautiful young lady," he said. "An old man who used to be a miner in the neighborhood once owned this house. They built it, but later, due to family issues, they had to let it go. He now lives in the guest house." I felt a bit sad. The official continued, "The world cannot hold on to men for its treasures." With a stern expression and sharp teeth, he stared at me, then turned his back, disappeared between the rails. Perhaps I should have told him stories of red onions from 2 distant houses, but my train was waiting, and with a light heart I stepped onto the platform. "St. Martin first," I exclaimed, following the Commodore's lead. "What a stylish gentleman in white clothes! And his leg not at all stiff. Yes, St. Martin first, not what one could expect from a gallant sailor on a yacht, but excellent running condition. Come on, Deerincart, because we're setting sail." Deerincart, the lover of wild horses, whose real name I cannot remember, a beautiful native of the northern shores. He glanced once more at the Ballaton Lake map with a faculty stamp, at the yaks sailing from the storm, and the white sail, the Commodore's graceful figure, who had just come from playing in the sea, now gathered his jacket, and we both set off upward. The broken down bathers called for help moments before. We had chosen spot clots close to the water, imagining how sad it must be to a boat struggling against the waves. But no, we're not there anymore. Instead, each step brings us further from the dark threat of the storm and closer to the guest house's comfortable embrace. Only our second day here, yet I feel a hero spirit which flows freely into the city's cobblestone streets. A tall, steep staircase followed, leading me away from the square where I had been resting on a bench, and in Cart's unexpected step was both comically large and a true feat of success that truly astonished him and made his eyes shine with joy. The home nestled in Pest welcomed us warmly. Due to its poetic nature and the name writers, I will preserve the original structure as much as possible while providing an accurate translation in English. Elegance of the Illyrian minset, because of its elegance and simplicity, I witnessed how it gracefully adorned itself with rings of thought, examining others and finding similar experiences here and there. There were at home important people who, to a certain extent, had become lost in pompousness, getting bogged down in grand dimensions. Perhaps the one who coined this name, Incartera, didn't merely think about it superficially, for this handsome yet austere gentleman gained nothing from life, nor did he share any significant moment with it. He just was, that's all. There were days when he was nobilized, acting in a dignified and sorrowful manner. He once said, There's a delicate, wicked little secret within my soul, which even its owner cannot bring into the world." He added, "It traces back to Adam's lost paradise, from the moment of his testament on paper, passing through countless centuries, not a trace of blood, but the spirit of man within it, like a flower that withers and then engulfs its nurturer. And I believe Adam whispered this little wicked secret into Abel's soul while he was still asleep and dreaming about God, for gloomness is overwhelming when I sense movement, yet no memory remains. Ever since then, whenever I encountered him, he often seemed content, always modest and simple, viewing things in circles far from any sort of plant, where even the memories of Adam's secret testament would be privately preserved. The circles were vast, comfortable, not chasing after men, but rather men followed them. A subtle gesture could have been enough then, I thought. On the esplanade, Encatra stood defiant against the storm, leaning on coloured branches, which gently swayed back and forth, occasionally brushing past fleeing seekers, tormenting the frail or weak-minded, but bestowing a serene joy on beautiful flowers. The whole group was heading towards the houses. Only one person stayed behind, a tall, thin man with a strong build, his face marked by sorrow, yet not wearing shoes suitable for a walk. His figure was sard-coloured, and his eyes deep black, seriously weak. It seemed remarkable that this man, so impoverished and lonely, could fit into the elegant, lively crowd. As we moved away, Encatra glanced back and thanked him. Not the physical gesture, nor a sign of gratitude or disdain, or any kind of emotion, but somehow he did. Encatra trailed behind, looking at him, then exclaimed, "What are you seeking?" "Here." "Who are you?" I asked. "I don't know." He paused. His usual routine was to go to Pest on the dawn of the gambling night, when he'd leave the casino and head into a cafe for a cup of coffee. On such occasions I would encounter him somewhere, always alone, gazing at the sky. I had already thought that perhaps this was some otherworldly existence, punishment carried out in an enigmatic way, but it filled him with a relentless despair that now extends here as well. And since then, has it changed? No. Nope. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Roque. Indeed, it's peculiar that I should think about it precisely afterward, but I must say that I've always sought him out, gone to meet him. Look, this is something I never fully grasped. With a clear heart I endured this man. He'd suffocate if he just opened his mouth and began recounting his tales. Always some event captivates me, and from it I extract useful knowledge. I say, we met in the early morning cafe, but here now, in the midst of life, it's wretched. The city has given me its most bitter lesson afterward. Yes, I always sought him out. There was something unique about that disturbing harmony in his voice, and perhaps the perverse joy within me led me to leave this hushed yellow mass when I wanted to, and return home, back into my precious walls when I felt like it. But he remains, still lingering here, and feasting on the cafe's fresquenistries, the tainted trees, and other treats. I know I have no part in him being here now, purely by chance, but I feel a strange urge, almost an extraterrestrial envoy, like duty, within me. And now that I've seen it, I'd rather leave this place. The sun is setting for me, the flowers wither, the gas lamps die, and the evening's cool air embraces the city. But despite all this, I know I'll be unable to depart. He will return to his own. 4 days have passed since then, yet the man with the yellow face hasn't shown up. He's vanished. Our knowledge of him has faded without even a trace, as if the sweet melodies of harmony were never sung in the evening air. He's disappeared, receded. The night breeze carries the scent of roses and the shadow of love across Lake Balaton. The card game is no longer intense. Occasionally it touched upon conversations with women, but then he would abandon them. He lived his life with the delights of existence during the day, and at night he'd drift into dreams with me by the lake. And there, in that vast silence, he no longer needed to weave such delicate threads leading to his heart. Before, he would get so caught up in imagining things on a mere shadow or the light of the sun. But now, we gazed at the stars, and Encart once said, "Imagine if I could just slip into the Pivgondel and emerge from there into paradise. I should have known by now what secret Adam hid within himself, buried deep into his soul. For days I've wanted to tell you that somewhere nearby a Leander is lurking. I'm becoming so obsessed. My past regrets torment me even more now, because I've realized that the bizarre imagination he felt towards sadness and the desire to escape it was always there. It was impossible for me to ignore the enchanting night with its stars. Once, alone as the small children played, I decided to leave. One of them was an old acquaintance. We spoke mostly. We stood there when he suddenly said, "An extraordinary man has left Encart." I focused my gaze and saw Encart standing tall, face to face with a yellow-faced one. I didn't understand why. I felt a strange lightness in my heart, almost like a dream, a fearful yet fascinating peculiarity that only those two could share together. Here is the translation of the text into English, in a dusky golden mile. I had admired, but when I looked back, the Encart with its white arc was gazing in my direction, his wishes flying ahead, apparently flustered, and nervously murmuring more than once about the yellow arch. When he noticed me, it seemed as if he wanted to convey his call. Following appropriate gestures, I approached him. The unusual man did not seem perturbed by the matter. Encart, however, was lost in thought, and this only heightened my sense of curiosity, because his calmness had dispelled an earlier unease. Now, Encart was speaking with a restrictive tone, as if in a hurry about the awkward silence filled with pompous pauses for departure. But Encart, rooted, did not move. The silence had become so profound that I had to speak. Especially beautiful today, that tall, golden-haired girl. You've outshone yourself even more than usual. He didn't respond to my question. The yellow-haired one, when I approached him, timidly fanned herself from the open courtyard, her cheeks slightly flushed, and without pausing said, "Beautiful." "Yes, beautiful." Encart raised his head, looking at her intently. Then, reluctantly turning away from the oppressive heat, he softly said, "Beautiful." He paused. Beautiful." He didn't look at her again. "Just say I am posing," or the golden-haired calmness did not reveal a single trace of embarrassment. He firmly stated no. "I am not posing." "Of course," I said, "beautiful. But why are you looking at me?" he added. After all, only someone who knows every young woman considers her beautiful. And I accept that even any one of them, Rosa Bellwood, in her elegant manner, could transform the Dresd vine into a lush grape of vines. We both watched in awe. But Encart, still addressing himself to the eccentric man, said, "No, something nice and clever." His face clouded as if he were alone lost in thought. "Another foolishness," exclaimed Encart impatiently. "My dear friend, like a poker player," he explained, "while someone else is doing something, he himself dives into the matter, seizes it holds it like a poker player handling his cards, and creates a situation out of nothing. The blossoming vine. Look at that person. Didn't you say something about a servant? Because I understand even better young girl servant. No, I didn't mean to say that. The one I am talking about is an old, black small vine, meticulously crafted like a child's toy by a master craftsman. Inkart wanted to speak again, but at that very moment something extraordinary happened. The yellow-haired person ignored him completely, only his hand moving as if to silence itself quiet, and in that instant everything changed. Inkart heard, with a shuddering feeling, the ominous thunder of approaching storms. The figure with golden hair also changed. Her ark's colour became pure white, and her voice softened considerably, now gentle and melodic. Otherwise, he said with noble modesty, if you wish, I already knew this man from my childhood, his wife. But to better understand each other, let me tell you the most remarkable thing was not born at the time of his family's wealth, but rather when their fortune had disappeared. They had to adapt. Here is the translation of the text into English, no matter what anyone said to her, convincing her that she loved someone else, not him. The boy immediately rejected his wife. But the next day, when his wife appeased her anger, he realized that he only loved her, and that he would give up the whole world for her. Yet at the same time, he also rejected his mother. The people around them started to distance themselves too, as her reputation had been tarnished, and her actions shamed her son. She drifted away from her mother and formed a relationship with a woman who held a small, childlike doll in her hand. And the boy always admired her. He grew more and more fascinated by this woman, even though she was bizarre and strange. They say that this is how it is with all heartbroken people. And at first they feel sorrow and regret, but as time goes on, they become hardened against rejection. He struggled to accept that his wife could no longer be loved, and he couldn't find anything in her that he could fill his love with. He felt more and more bitter, thinking that he was being stubborn. On his wedding day, the woman placed 3 elegant rose petals on the table, each one symbolizing their relationship. It's worth mentioning that this was a turning point for the boy. Previously, he had also been fascinated by this woman. When he saw the roses, his anger subsided. And this anger never fully left. It only grew stronger. He kept replaying the events in his mind, feeling that everything was for nothing. The petals only increased his pain and the constriction in his chest. Then, during one of the emotional moments, a large, heavy vase fell from her hand, shattering on the floor. She didn't say a word or show any emotion. She just walked away. Later, she stopped talking about it entirely, and when the vase's broken pieces were finally cleared away, she seemed to have forgotten all about it. And as time passed, they no longer mentioned it. But even then, every now and then, he would recall that moment of anger and realize that everything had been in vain. The anger only fueled his sorrow further. Once, during a quiet evening alone with her, he confessed that the gloom never truly left. It was always there, hidden beneath the surface. He said that people who are sad don't become sad because they have bad plans, but because their hearts are sad. It is the heart that causes the sadness, not the plans themselves. A dead little boy lay beside the man, whispering, "Papa, let's play." And the man could not move. He also said that loneliness was the last sugar of the lazy day, which seeps into the eye of the restless soul, and which the restless soul longs to rise up and burst forth. But the sugar disappeared from his eyes. We were alone. Everyone else had left. When the last guest was ready and went away with us, silence fell. The only sound was a pin dropping in the corner, below which the calm ripples of Lake Balaton and the rustling leaves could be heard as the breezy carried him to where we stood on the shore. A storm was brewing. The boy circled around, noticed the sleeping pincers, then suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, and disappeared, leaving me wondering how, where, 3 new flasks in hand. He lay down again, this time with a smile, and said to the peculiar man, "Don't forget to give us a little black pin." The peculiar man has a charming, kind smile, but without any trace of vanity. He received the change in his full elegance. "I won't forget," he replied sweetly. Didn't the parents forget the flask? So one evening when the boy organized all of his old toys, something he still had from his grandmother, an ancient pin. For a long time he couldn't figure out what it was until he realized it was a toy from his childhood given to him by his dear mother, his father. Yes, his father. Suddenly both eyes opened wide, and he looked straight ahead, not to the right or left, but directly into the light where he saw himself and his dead body. What changes could there have been? It was a man who was certainly a gentleman born and yet ignorant of gloom. But what a sad sight from that point on. With pious determination, he thrust the pin back into its sheath, ready for the night under the pillow. And the first night he saw wonderful dreams. Derek, a tall and kind-hearted man, just like someone who had emerged but never knew how to be. And this went on from night to night. However, one day everything was cleared away, what they always felt on their skin. But something unusual happened that evening. The boy woke up at dawn. He was alert, gazing at the sunlight at his wife by his side. Then again at the sunlight, and then again at his wife. And a strange feeling of sorrow came over him, which he knew was caused by the pin. Then impulsively he grabbed it and looked at it, and suddenly, just like that, he accidentally touched the pin to his skin. The pain made him jump, and he cried out in surprise. He opened wide his eyes, raised his hand to his face, and screamed in agony. His wife ran to help, but by then everything was too late. The boy's soul had left his body and flown up into the sky. And as he looked at the sunlight one last time, he realized that he had forgotten. He had only to get up, and there she would be, his wife waiting for him on the other side. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Rook. He had casually thrown a stone at a vase with his mischievous little paw. But the incident didn't last long. By chance, the girl passed by and saw the stone in her husband's hand. She took it gently, admired the beautiful, delicate flower that adorned it, the same flower she had received on her name day from a stranger, and asked him, "What is this stone?" The man hesitated, wanting to say something, but his heart was pounding so hard he could barely speak. He saw the wonder in her eyes as she held the stone, and finally managed to ask, "Do you know? Where did I get this from?" The girl smiled softly, then squeezed his small hand, stroking it with her thumb. She looked up at him and said, "I think I know." Her gaze softened as she added, "But I won't tell. Not yet." The man was confused, feeling a strange sensation wash over him. He noticed in Cart's quiet smile the artist was sketching something on his canvas, his brush moving gracefully across the arabesques. Suddenly he turned his head, gazing at the yellow winged butterfly and asking with a mix of curiosity and anxiety if this is what happened to the man. How do I know what happened to him? The enigmatic figure calmly nodded, then spoke in a gentle voice. Feel the breeze? Does it carry the scent of spring? Then, without warning, he pressed his palm against Inkart's, saying, "My dear, have you heard?" And finally, softly, "Wait, wait." The butterfly landed on a nearby flower, and the artist whispered. White and Cart stood up abruptly, running to the balcony, looking at the horizon, and cried out, "Wait!" The wind carried his words across the fields. The last thing the man heard were Inkart's repeated calls. Wait! Wait! And from that day forward, he never saw Inkart again. He never saw anything else either. In Pest, they said he had been arrested, robbed his money, and it would have been absurd to claim otherwise if only I could find him, thought the man, recalling how Inkart suddenly disappeared after chasing the butterfly. Bol as Bayaila. In the campfire, David Istvan, the noble leader, greeted them. I represent a group of 5 individuals. Oh, let me see these 5, said Seat Ills. Why are they here again? Are there no children among them? Well, there will be, replied David, his voice tinged with a hint of mystery. We'll head west through the forest, and then south along the major road. But beware, as we cross the field, he paused, his tone softening. Good luck to you all. Oh, thank you, noble leader, said David, his voice echoing in the stillness. A faint smile played on his lips as he prepared to take leave. But the deputy leader, stern-faced and gruff, called out, "David!" He barked an order. "All soldiers, assemble!" "What's this?" "A large quantity of paper," he asked, frowning. "Always with you, David. This hinders your movement." The silence was broken by a faint laugh from the man. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said, "These are my most precious tools, my noble soldiers. That's why I can't part with them. Yet. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Roquet. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. David Isvian Ziepazels, as the official referee of these illegal games, allows his private interests to influence him out of sheer favoritism. None. Well, he turned a blind eye to the deal. Just wait and see. You were born in bureaucracy. It's your calling. And then you betrayed your trust and surpassed the limit of your authority. May God help me, my son. It hasn't darkened your soul completely yet. Like cold steel, the evening sky and the dark silhouettes of trees glimmered vividly. They moved closer from above. Because at that time the trees leave their spots. David Estvan Zias Zels went to Kortvei Biela's faith healing session to distance himself from him, because Kortvei Biela was his childhood friend, colleague, and companion. Don't you ever get tired of these kinds of adventures? Said the stern boss. Is there something wrong? You're overthinking it. There's no need for all this. Make a decision, just like everyone else. He said this with a sarcastic tone and looked at Kortvei intently. Everyone makes their own choices. I was born in bureaucracy, the saintly guardian continued the boss. It's not even mentioned here, let alone guaranteed. Write it down, please, into the book of fate. I don't think so. Everyone has to decide for themselves. Indeed, answered David. So, do you think about someone? Asked Kortvei. Do you think about your mother? Orrak. David hesitated. He picked up his cigarette slowly, taking a drag almost ritualistically. Yes, he said after a moment, more like irk. I think I need to prepare her for death. It's not something I want to talk about, but Kortvei's dark figure loomed before him like a mirror image. Are you thinking of someone right now? About my mother. Orrak? David didn't answer immediately. He was lost in his thoughts. You know that Urk loves you very much, said Kortvei directly. I know. But how can I? Maybe's better if I don't think about it too much. These simple matters. If they bring me to this point, I will first resist again these careful predictions and asking for your help, old man. Ha ha, said David with a laugh. You know that Urk is waiting for you. Continued court vein. I know. That's why I can't die. At least not yet. It feels as if I am the only one who has understood this. It's common to say we are leaving for our homeland, but it's very rare. I also believe that most people have already accepted their deaths. But you need to live for Urk's sake. David nodded firmly. Are you sure? Not about myself? Are you not willing to risk your immortality? Time is running out. Get ready. What kind of mother are they bringing? A melancholic or a caring one? Don't let them convince you entirely until I return. Here is the translation of the text on the side. No, the bodics. The old bear. He said, gesturing with his cane, do you love someone? I wouldn't know, said a tall, robust man. But do you truly love someone? So much that you wouldn't want to be separated from them. I'm not a young man any more, my lord. The cane sank deeper into his hunchback posture. And you... Ceasite, do you love life? What does a poor man like me have to love in life? And someone else spoke her. The rain will nurture us, my lord, just like a cool summer shower. You're crazy, David. He didn't know why he was talking so wildly. Let's gather the sticks again. Afterwards, but I don't want one of you to even touch my cane with it. And suddenly, in silence, as if hearing a call, the hunters stepped out from their hiding places. David, Istvan, a robust Bodik, Sisi, and 3 other men. It was dark, misty fog descended like mystical smoke wafting among the trees, because that's when their shapes would change. 6 dark figures moved slowly, their silhouettes almost indistinguishable amidst the pomegranates as they advanced towards the Russian camp in silence, their footsteps blending with the rustling of leaves. Silence prevailed. People huddled under the canopy of a fallen tree. Sometimes a glimmer of light from a flickering lantern would pierce through the darkness. And it lasted for a long time, interminably. Perhaps the night was endless. Finally, there were Russian spears in the clearing. David marked their position, and they stood still on the cane for a very long time. It seemed like eternity passed before he moved again. A profound silence enveloped him. His body felt as if it were made of crystal, and he had a vague feeling like stepping into a frozen block of ice. He would have liked to linger there forever. Then he saw the dawn. The blackthorns gave way, revealing a majestic ancient forest that seemed to rise from the depths of the misty valley, its true essence laid bare before David. Dawn was cold and silver. It pierced Istvan David's heart. Am I really like this? He thought to himself. This is Bajazo. Everyone thinks he's crazy. Of course, it's not like that. What do I even look like? Can anyone really see me? Is my mask of poise worth anything? Could they ever truly comprehend? But if Irma were here right now, if she could actually see me, would I be able to escape again? Or would I always feel the need to maintain this facade? And he felt a strange, timid pride that he should always be aware of this aspect of himself. I am passing through, he thought, and no one can truly recognize me. Baila, nor Irma. What do they care about what's beneath this exterior? A while later, dawn slowly lifted from the earth like a large mirror, revealing its true essence to David, and he felt as if his soul was being drawn upwards towards it, seeking to see his reflection. Then, suddenly, a distant echo reached him from deep within the forest, a wild cry that seemed to carry a message. A tremor of fear ran down his spine as he realized it was coming closer, and David saw a bundle of sticks, like an arrow, hurtling towards them, flying through the air like a silver rod directed towards dawn. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and dove towards the ground. A wave of dizziness washed over him. After some time, the dizzy spell subsided, and he realized it was then that they noticed. But only briefly. We can still do something about it. He gave them the signal, and with fine, precise movements, just like the wheel returning to its axis after a long journey, David pushed himself back up, moving among the high autumnal trees. Here is the translation of the text. He aligned himself with the banner and faced the enemy without fear, charging only when he reached a standstill. You boys, Boddick said, half smiling from the fur collar of his coat. Well, if I'm here, so am I, Seat replied, but the other one, the old man with the thick beard, remained silent. A heavy silence fell upon them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The streets were empty and the air still. Nothing was left but debris scattered everywhere. They've gone, Boddick exclaimed. Yes, they've left us behind, Cece confirmed. They're right here, Boddick said, gesturing around them. A shiver ran down David's spine at the sight. Even an old man like us doesn't belong here, he murmured sadly. Don't think about burying him after they're gone. That's when it really ends. They listened and felt a sense of dread settle upon them. We have to go back, David said resolutely. It's necessary. We can't just leave. A man is like these ancient ruins, Boddick said, looking around with sorrow in his eyes. They left us behind, but we must follow. As they spoke, dawn broke over the horizon. David, the old man, and Seat set off into the night, seeking the 1000th year. They reached a hill, its summit shrouded in mist. Our place is here, Boddick said, his eyes gleaming with determination. A strange peace settled upon them as they stood at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with a silent chill. They had almost reached their destination when Baila, who had been silently following them, suddenly stopped. He stared at something in the distance, and his face turned pale. David glanced over and saw what had caught Biele's attention, a lone figure standing amidst a field of red. It was Biele, his friend, waiting for him with a look of despair. My friend, David said, his voice thick with emotion. My friend. Kortvai sat in a low, rocky gully, a candle flickering before him. He seemed to be waiting for something. As David approached, he sprang to his feet and stood there, unmoving. Sila, what's wrong? Are you all right? David asked, reaching out a hand in concern. Kortvai didn't respond. Did something happen? Bad news from home, David continued. You look like you've seen a ghost. Here is the translation of the text. Don't worry about me anymore. I'm not coming back to the guardhouse. He didn't say a word. He didn't move. But what happened? Don't you want to tell me? Of course, not for a child, you think, right? After all, you were fully aware of your actions. But Biele, look at me. He didn't speak. He didn't move. How will you accept this man if he comes home from patrol? Just look, Biele. I'm not that small anymore. I know there are rumors when someone like this appears. It doesn't bother me. But why now, right now, as I say this, don't you hear my voice? Biele! You're not feeling that I'm not the same person who left in the evening. You don't sense that it's me, the real transformed me, that I've shed the Unity uniform and I'm finally completely visible. Me. Biele, look at me. How happy I was. He didn't speak. He didn't move. But you have to see me. You must. Because so far you barely saw me. Neither you nor Uma. Our relationship was false and superficial, because there was no connection between us. But be my friend, be a la, and love Irma, not that unified, foolish schemer. Look at me, be a la, 'cause right now I stand before you, truly, openly, and visibly. He didn't speak, he didn't move. Don't you pay attention, don't you care? Is the uniform tighter? Was it more comfortable this way? After all, I always felt like that. You wanted it this way. That's why I couldn't get free from it. You saw my face covered by the mask and held on to it. You had to make me different from you. Of course, so that Irma wouldn't have to compare or choose. It was impossible for her, so you didn't want to let me show who I really am. Are you going to put back the uniform mask now, like a dog returning to its den? No, Bela. Besides, I can't even do that. Well, may God be with you, friend. What should I do? Everything is falling apart. This is what old Boddick said. He didn't speak, he didn't move. And then David, the priest, emerged from his hiding place and swiftly ran towards the officers. The preparations for defense were ready, but no one moved after him. He darted into a corner and screamed in pain. When he stood up to face the officer to report, the soldier froze, then collapsed onto the ground within the faith's confines. "Hey, Gusty, bring the chocolate." "I come to report to the honorable officer." 2 men in one. The officer stared at him, then relaxed and fell silent, lying still on the ground. "Hey, Gusty," David exclaimed. "What now? What have I done for God? Was this attempt unsuccessful?" "My God, it happened twice. I sacrificed my life 100 times for them. Once more, I did something for myself." Honorable officer, he tried once again. He shuddered and fell to the ground without even glancing back. In the dimly lit corridors they moved silently. The pages had disappeared, unacknowledged. What? Where did they go? After all, I love their world. Are these really the people we used to know? And only now do we realize this. In the southern half of the monastery, they lay prostrate and motionless in their faith-filled cells. There was no trace of water or soil. Of course, it didn't matter. They weren't meant for sustenance. Not like that. But where did they go? And not a single word from anyone about them. When they were still alive, everyone loved them. But now, they've completely vanished from the monastery and disappeared into a corner somewhere. He spent the whole night in the southern part of the cloister. No one ever bothered him. There was no trace, no footprint. Of course, no one had come to fetch them. Finally, as the 1000th hour struck, David Istvan, the monk, and Bodix, along with Sisit, left the empty cells and looked afterward. "I miss no one," he said, "only that they move on. Perhaps another 100th of a century will bring us joy about them." And then again both of them set off into the dark fields. David Istvan, Bodix, and Sisit walked on sadly and somberly. They reached a forest and saw a glimmer of light among the trees. "Stop! That's ours!" said one of them, noticing 5 or 6 hussars encamped around a fire. The flames illuminated their faces. "Let's go closer." "Yes, Joim," said Bodix. Then, as they approached, the hussar recognized them and greeted them, "Good evening, soldiers." "Good evening," replied the huskies in unison, their voices echoing silently around the campfire. A sad figure emerged from among the trees, seeming almost silent. "From where do you come?" asked one of the hussars. Noticing that they seemed clean, they told him everything. The soldiers sat down and exchanged stories, replying to each other in hushed tones around the fire. A sense of profound silence hung in the air. It was as if a ghostly figure among them had spoken only with their hearts. "Saintly Mother," did all 100th of them disappear?" exclaimed one of them. "We already saw such dead souls together, split up into smaller groups. What do you think?" "Perhaps half of them didn't even notice us during the day." "It's hard to believe," said Bodix, "because in another world they wouldn't be able to explain it either. They were also lying motionless around the fire like the others, swaying slightly and gently." "Yes, that's probably true," agreed the clean one. "At least half of them didn't even see us during the day. They only saw them as ghostly figures among the trees." Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Edebri across. Then the adult Lo emerged from the darkened forest. "You see," said the hunter, "this too was once alive." As dawn broke, he told the soldiers, "Let's join forces with the others. We cannot stay alone like this forever." And they ventured through the forest. When they emerged from the trees, they discovered a large silent camp. Perhaps an entire division could rest there. They also approached the silent camp. They welcomed each other warmly, and they were overjoyed to see people finally arriving. Yet something still bothered them, because man still clings to his old bones, said Bodix the surgeon. But at least we'll be safe here for a while. The burial of Russ Christina, the cabaret performer, took place on January 7, 1912 in the afternoon. She was buried, heavily veiled and wrapped in a shroud when they removed her from the hearse and placed her on a temporary coffin. The priest's voice still carried the scent of dinner that evening, the Badaxony wine, and the rich aroma of baked goods. In the courtyard, angels and roses could be seen among the cobblestones. He carefully raised the sanctified cross above the shroud. Along with it stood Tas, Vidor, the doctor, the Singer's beloved, her centre of interest, in elegant black attire, majestically presiding over everything. A few Ripasander distinguished artists as well, and the cabaret manager approached them. They all felt quite at ease here. They thought about their dinner in the middle of this graveyard. Feelings of pain and sorrow mingled with the profound sense of loss. Later, when the ceremony ended and the Law's tolling bells echoed through the air, they started heading towards the cemetery, torches and lamps in hand, and a cold rain began to pour down, gently wrapping the shrouded figure in its veils as if it were an external cloak. The cylinder was also covered with delicate veils of glass. Everything this cold and chill had transformed into something ethereal, glass over metal, sugar over meat, and the tar, like asphalt now, glistened smoothly, almost as if they were witnessing a journey to another world. The student watched this flickering and dark passage post-mortem journey, perhaps in awe, almost not believing it was real. Just 3 days earlier, Christina had been struck by typhoid fever. But now, all of a sudden, she had slipped away from them, leaving behind only a brutal and rapid departure, like when someone is suddenly stabbed in the evening, thrown into a cart, and wakes up the next morning. This surprised the student. He did not believe in death. He heard the sounds of the hearse, the Latin inscriptions on the shroud, and the thoughts travelled through his mind as if he were drinking chocolate milk. The stonemasons carved their marks into the tombstones. Then, one by one, they climbed up the hill. They raised their eyes towards the sky. She was thinking about the girl. She felt a little uneasy inside. Once again, she was overcome with feelings of sorrow. Christina was gone, and he was no longer there. Later, as night fell, he sat at a small table, his glass half full, gazing out the window of his humble chamber. The world outside remained still. It was hard to tell if it was morning or midnight. He sighed deeply, wondering if it would ever be the same again. They had disappeared without a trace. Unforeseeably, if she returned, she would be dissevered within herself. That night she made herself comfortable in her bed, her shoes, the yellow satin dress, all of it so familiar to her that she could almost feel the silk on her skin again. She imagined herself sitting on the edge, gazing at the flames or perhaps at the ceiling or the floor, a fine, delicate arc forming with her red, hot body as it merged with darkness. Many times she had lain there, hearing the rustling of her sheets and wondering if he would return. Then she went back to her room and recounted their conversation piece by piece in her mind. Christina entered. She shed her coat, brushing it off meticulously, but the girl merely buried her face in her lap, tilting her head back and letting out a sob. Throughout the night, the girl played with her hair, stroking it gently as if trying to soothe herself. By dawn, she was gone again. She hadn't left any trace at home either. He sensed time was not on his side. The girl was growing more beautiful by the day. Her pubescent body, bathed in the soft glow of morning, shimmered and glistened like precious metals. Her skin felt as smooth as ruby, and she could sense the delicate caress of her own silver necklace. If only she returned, the memories remained unspoken, encapsulated in a holy yearning, a scent that lingered. She thought about him only when alone, sometimes visualizing his face for just a moment, or feeling his touch on Miss like her skin, though she couldn't be certain if it was a memory or her imagination. For years she walked through life with a heavy foot and a limp, carrying the burden of this secret. He would often find himself back in that moment, seeing only his feet, or maybe catching a glimpse of her silhouette against the window pane, or perhaps he saw her clothes draped on a chair, and he knew it was her, but couldn't be sure. One day Christina returned. After a night of pagan reverie, the student left home in the early morning light. The poplars along the street stood tall, their branches swaying gently as if whispering secrets. They shed their autumn leaves, leaving behind a carpet of gold and crimson. As he walked, the scents of asphalt oil and sweat overwhelmed him, making him feel trapped within a suffocating perfume. Back at her place, she received a visitor. A young woman. Tas Vidor stared at her in disbelief. He hadn't expected any female visitors since Christina's death. She entered the room quietly. A young girl lies still on the bed. Her yellow hair falls softly around her face, calm and peaceful. Christina, she whispers quietly. "My love," she adds, addressing the boy by his side. The student was not at all surprised. He searched for a moment, then gathered two of her pillows. Now he clearly sees Christina. Death had done her good. She is much healthier than when she lived. She seemed to have gained some weight and sat up straighter in bed. Her sheets are white, the same ones in which they had wrapped her when she died, gently caressing her faces. She looked serene, though her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of a smile, as if she was about to say something. The room is quiet, only the ticking of the clock breaks the silence. "Get the flower bouquet," says Christina. "It's an old one." The student still looks puzzled. "Don't ask anything," she commands with a thoughtful expression. "I am here now, so fresh and radiant," she continues. "Forget Chonuki Victor's novels. Those spirits return to life in their pages. I am neither a spirit nor a fantasy. I don't have time for conversation. I can only stay here for another 3 hours." "It's taken already 3 o'clock. In just 3 hours I will no longer be here." Only 3 minutes, the student says in disbelief. The girl lets out a soft sigh. Don't get emotional, my love, she says. Every minute brings us closer to each other. Golden light streams through the window, making her hair glow bright red. She waits patiently for him. The student leans over and embraces her. They stand face to face, the boy on a chair and the girl on the bed. They lock eyes as if they were both frozen in time. Suddenly, they both break free from their stares. The student's face falls. What now? He asks. How did this happen? It feels like it happened so quickly. She smiles sadly. I don't know. For a moment, the silence fills the room. Then the ticking of the clock becomes deafening. 5 minutes pass by in an instant. Half an hour seems to have gone by. The girl sits up and looks at her watch. It has been an hour already. The room is growing darker, but they remain motionless, locked in their embrace. Here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name, the allegorical. Christina carefully examined the piece of cloth with its intricate patterns as the rain began to pour. It's coming down hard, said the student. Yes, replied the girl. What a storm! Suddenly, the sky changed, and without warning, a new place emerged. Don't you feel this slight movement? Asked student. No, answered the girl. She shivered. A single word, a sudden surge of power, and they were gone. Both witnessed it. The student seemed to want to break free from something. Only 9 more minutes remained. Christina struggled on the cloth. The student stood by the window. Something extraordinary happened then. The girl felt a momentary sensation in her mind. She wanted to shout, to run, to escape from this room. But she couldn't. Her neighbors there closed their mouths and stared at her as if she were a small automaton, not flinching healthy and strongly clenching her fists. She clenched them once, twice, 3 times. Then she raised her sheet on the table. She moved away. Perhaps she still wanted to say something, but again the silence overcame her as she disappeared from the room. The student remained alone. He felt a sense of ease and freedom. A piece of cloth fell from the table. He looked out onto the street at the shield of the storm and the shattered window panes. His heart ached. She too clenched her fists. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It could have been 10 more minutes. The wizard lay prostrate on a bed in a large hotel room in Budapest. His face was somber and haggard from years of excessive opium, cigarettes, and drinking. On this fateful morning, he had received a message from a mysterious source inviting him to a ball. A simple black dress hung on a hook, and the main servant led him to a place where guests had recently departed. A poor woman lay motionless on a bed. She wouldn't wake up no matter what they did, and she looked as if she had been dead for some time. They couldn't say if she was truly gone or just asleep. Jaya had tried every possible spell, even upon himself, but nothing worked. As he realized this, he felt despair wash over him. His father, a kind and strong-willed man, approached him. "I've heard about the opium," said his father sternly. "You're in deep trouble. Look at me. I am 50 years old. I lived a different life. Your mother, a beautiful woman who had passed away long ago, used to soothe your fears with her gentle touch. Why didn't you want my life to be like this? To marry and settle down?" asked the wizard. You should have respected your elders," his father replied. "Your wife is captivating, but she's not what she seems. She only wants to allure men before they realize the truth. Besides, it's inappropriate for a woman to behave so freely in front of other men." The wizard's mother, an elderly, dignified lady, entered the room slowly. She held a small sewing kit in her hand and walked over to her son, gently caressing his face as if reliving fond memories. "Your grandmother," she said, "who passed away many years ago, used to tell me stories about your childhood." The wizard, overcome with emotion, realized that he had been living a life far removed from the love and care of his family. Here is the English translation of the text, with the name Erok preserved. The canary in the delicate cage sang sweetly. Its cage was tightly closed, a special one prepared for the magician. "I will wait until tomorrow to prepare another beautiful cage for my new pet, which will be even better than this one. My mother absolutely loved magic, perhaps more than anything else." With great difficulty, she managed to get out the old bird cage's bars. But she couldn't stay there any longer because too many people had gathered around the magician, whom my mother didn't like at all. "You're as cold as a window," she thought. Yet we still saw each other over the mirror after she wiped her tears away. Then she took out her sewing machine, canary cage, and the other items, quietly chatting to herself. She moved on. The women on the mountain slope followed the wandering magician, admiring him and talking about him among themselves. "Soon my eyes will be covered in blue," said one. "Oh, Lord, and from these delicate hands, their beauty will fade," added another. And a broad man with strong, wrinkled hands noted a tall, fair-haired woman. "With such magical strength, he could have melted her like wax," someone commented sentimentally. "Nonsense," said a ruddy-haired young lady. "He always handled her gently and beautifully, like a young maiden. How peaceful and comfortable it was to be in his care that I would have gladly stayed there for days, shared a burly, bearded gentleman." Because among so many women, she was entirely in the background if he didn't make eye contact. But suddenly, a powerful, massive woman with fierce eyes interrupted him. "He never let me melt into his embrace. Always I melted into his care and continued on." And the conversation went on. Indeed, he was a straightforward, kind-hearted man. Had she fallen into his hands, it would have been as if she had turned to wax. They agreed. The girls and women spoke about the magician as if he were someone they all saw before, each in their own way, and each with a different impression. But the magician was becoming increasingly agitated by the situation. He sighed loudly. "Leave this place. Go peacefully. My old friends will take care of your cage. They will put it right back where it belongs." The hold label had been achieved. The women, mostly injured, quickly disappeared. And indeed, they already had the cage in their hands. It was a beautiful metal cage. The magician's father assigned 350 gold florins for its purchase. The family business was in precious metals. After this, the magician retreated to a separate room, meticulously arranging his tools, placing them with particular care on the table, then sending a little boy for a clean canvas and brush. He carefully examined it, gently caressing the delicate fabric, until he found something that caught his eye. Within a moment, a clean canvas and attendant arrived. He blessed the buttons, placed the old cage in the back, neatly arranged his tools, and with no hesitation lowered the canvas into the cage. Without any delay, simply because it came to his mind, the mourning ceremony for the Bohemian was over, and already he wanted to go down to the black riverbank where, in a small cloak running, skipping, and lightly stepping, a girl arrived. The magician turned his attention to the book, because it seemed to him that this was the only girl he had loved during his life. He was slightly amazed, for the event was long past 18 years ago and the girl hadn't changed at all. She wore a brief skirt. Her youthful beauty remained untouched like no other woman's. A young woman praised the magician. It is pleasant to see that I can still behold such a beautiful young soul before my death. The girl didn't pay attention to his inappropriate and awkward remark. She sat down, got up, and asked him to leave. The eternal feminine draws us upward, said the magician with a groan, though he couldn't read Faust properly in German, having only skimmed through it. He looked her tenderly aside and kissed her gentle face. "Enough for me," he said. "I've had enough." Soon after he spoke again. "I would have preferred to marry you instead of this opium and so many bad deals." Yes, that would have been right. Even now, I'd still do it if my father hadn't paid the loan. Thus the conversation shifted to evil topics, for she knew well enough that there was no other way out for them but ruin. However, the girl believed that they were on their way to a dangerous and risky adventure. She gathered all the courage, turned away from the magician's gaze, removed the veil from her face, and looked into his eyes. She decided to take a chance, believing half-heartedly that this was as far as it could go. Her soul trembled with shame, but she made her decision to throw herself at him completely. "My dear love," said the magician after a moment of silence, "you have given me everything I could want from a woman." And though he remained calm and composed, his heart was filled with emotion. He understood that she had gathered all her strength. She was ready to surrender, despite knowing that this was their last chance. She had laid all her cards on the table, and now she only waited for him to act. He sighed deeply, then spoke again. "You have shown me everything a woman can give to a man, and I would gladly accept if it were not for my dear loan." He looked at her with a mix of sorrow and regret. "I must leave now," he continued, "without the loan repaid." The girl's eyes filled with tears, but she understood his situation. She had given him everything, and still nothing could be done. "Place the loan where it belongs," said the magician, "and forget about me. I will move on to another place." He then looked at her for the last time, his eyes filled with affection and sorrow. "But know this, if there is ever a chance, I would gladly take it." The girl's heart ached, but she understood that their paths had diverged. She bowed her head, accepting her fate, and left him alone. Here is the translation of the text, wrote Kay into English while preserving the name with her fingers. The girl tied the rope. "Put your head under the table." Her daughter executed this task with ease as well. "Then make sure they fold it neatly. The small golden key should stay with you." These were the wizard's final words. They brought the magical scroll, beautifully inscribed with the wizard's name and age. The dear girl kissed the wizard's face one last time, which had already started to twitch. Then she gently pressed the rope against his head and glanced at the scroll with the spells. She closed the chest personally, hiding the key in a pocket. Then she left, because the wizard's relatives and friends had already arrived, and he was not familiar with them. I rolled on the riverbank and sipped from the clear water. It was easy to drink and tasted pure without any hint of flavor, just like refreshing mountain air. What a wonderful crystal clear river, I thought to myself, admiring the smooth surface and the beautiful sunlight playing on it. I stood up and admired the scene. Seeing my reflection in the water, I was slightly astonished. My black beret was on my head, framing my face, and my dark hair fell smoothly down my neck. My black wig, meticulously styled, lay on the ground. The card game had ended, a long, luxurious cigarette hung from my lips. Indeed, I thought to myself, as I am coming from the University of Padua, I, the master of free arts and doctor of all sciences. Then I paused, noticing the city's dark towers, and setting off on the Greenfield Road yellow flowers adorned with gold. As I passed by, they whispered something about some wrongdoing, but I paid them no mind. Someone mentioned the name from the back alley side of the street. An old man stood on a stone block near the watchmaker's shop. He was calling out, "Honourable Master, take a look at the world's most amazing wonder, that intricate and remarkable clock, which I have been meticulously crafting for 8 years with my expert knowledge for the cathedral. Step into my workshop. Esteemed friend, this little store is a sanctuary of science. Look around," he continued, pointing to the various stone blocks, "and see how beautifully they are crafted. Each one is a masterpiece." The whole city was built according to it, and when an hour passed, bell ringers rang out from the towers. And as we reached the place where my daughter, the city's smallest girl, was born, the roses bloomed in the gardens, and as we arrived at the spot where my husband, the city's youngest son, passed away, a wreath of flowers started to bloom at the gate, and all the legends of the saints are celebrated in this graveyard, and our city's protector, who is the most revered among all saints, descends from the temple to witness it. This is the world's wonder, standing on a small square in front of the temple, so that people will remember for centuries to come the Master who created it. For centuries they will remember the Master. He has reflected on a profound work as deep as the echoes of a cave. Only now did I realize that an esteemed figure emerges from the shadows of time with a reputation for integrity. He greeted me warmly, and we walked together, friendly colleagues. "Welcome, Master Scholar. I praise this remarkable hour, the laborious act of science. For me, I must rush to the warehouse, as 3 of my shipments from India are expected, one loaded with gold, another with precious gems, and a third with curiosities. The time is beautiful, the sea calm, and surely the goods will arrive today. Go home, de scholar, sit in your study room, where your child, an old friend from childhood, and an esteemed companion in academia await. Go, my scholarly friend, and be happy together." We walked down the street until we reached a narrow alley, at the end of which, between dark shades of black, the sea surged through like a ribbon. I entered the house of scrolls where, in the sunlight that poured across the street, I greeted my childhood scholar friend. Ancient books lay scattered before him, his formidable knowledge conquering all opposing arguments with ease. He pondered and asked about his path, and mentioned some scholars from his past whose friendship he cherished. Then, raising a large scroll, he said, "This is the great work. Since you know this, be joyful for it, as the system I have crafted out in Ghana is nearly complete." My thought ran first to the earth's wonders, and then to things higher up, until I reached the clear ether. I formulated an idea, like a miner following a vein, and with arduous labor I carved out a lofty cathedral for God's praise. Your work stands before you. I have engraved both its name and yours, not in vain. For my thoughts rose, merging into dense forms, towering peaks, slopes, and peaks reaching high up. So I erected this magnificent temple of God's wonders with humble devotion. And now, as I wish to take the final and stand on the highest peak among chimeras, I still seek that last thought that will seal my work and rest forever in eternal peace. like a solemn golden angel standing on the peak of the temple's tower, occasionally glancing at distant horizons. What a marvelous idea! O golden angel, descend upon the temple I have built to honor you, for it stands higher than any other. I bowed with reverence before this young scholar, and filled with joy, repeated within myself, the system is ready. God's magnificent temple awaits its worthy priest. Only the golden angel is missing. Golden angel. As we approached the door, aged elders stood before us, their heavy silver beards trembling as they spoke. My Lord summons you. Come to the council chamber so that your venerable presence may purify it. I ascended the steps, my footsteps echoing in the vast hall. There sat the 60-year-old council of elders, the noble city of wisdom, with its center illuminated by golden light. The one sitting in the middle, dressed in a golden cloak, spoke. To the city of saints and warriors, forever dedicated to serving God, His church, and His emperor, we offer our gratitude for your scholarly deeds. Behold, the counsel of the Lord seeks your counsel, as no other than you possesses such profound knowledge, which is neither confined to the depths of a well nor easily surpassed by others. Use your learned mind according to its teachings. He who is accused of a crime stood among 4 garbed guards and did not even try to defend himself. I was running and pondering, seeking the author whose work might fit this case. Perhaps Ulpianus, I thought to myself. And in my mind, his place and book, the library, the scholars, and even Padova all came vividly to life. Suddenly, I saw myself as if gazing at a distant picture in the university hall, where I am discussing the 3 doctors' work on Ulpianus and Gaius. The doctoral hoods were raised, and in that moment I realized I speak well, and the doctors appreciate it. I remember one late summer evening. A gentle breeze, perhaps, the rustling of leaves, and I found myself recalling his words, lifting my head and saying, Ulpianus says, right, Pedius, for no one commits theft without evil intent. The elders listened attentively as I spoke these words in a raised voice. Then alongside the younger woman, an older one stepped forward. She was, to my knowledge, one of the middle-aged women among the elders. She had a dignified air, like a garment worn by commoners. Her wrinkled face and aged eyes told her story. Let it be, they said. A diligent official, let us act with integrity. It was already late when I left, but the sun still warmed the earth gently. Long shadows stretched across the small square in front of the courthouse. 2 dark houses stood side by side at the end of a narrow street. A young woman stepped out from one of them. She was, to my surprise, the elder among the elders. My mother, she said, is looking for some good quality candles. This street has many fine shops with all sorts of candles for every kind of ailment and beauty regimen. We walked in silence for a while. She carried an open book in her hand, and a flower lay between its pages. God bless you, they said as we passed by. I was leaving the city when I heard these words again. God be with you, I echoed, not knowing where to go. The woman paused at a shop and said, my husband will fetch them. I stopped for a moment, watching her enter the store. Then she turned around and noticed me. Do you need something? She asked. No, thank you, I replied. I am just passing through. She smiled. Well then, take this candle. It's a special one-year symbol of my mother's blessings. She handed me a slender golden candle with delicate engravings. Light it whenever you need comfort or protection. Thank you, I said, feeling deeply touched. We'll keep it safe. We continued our separate ways. The city spread out before me, vast and mysterious. I walked on, the warm breeze carrying the scent of distant fields and fires burning in hearths. The candle's soft glow illuminated my path as I left the city gates behind. In the past, shadows crept and circled me, their sharp points pricking my skin. Terror seized me, but now I only felt a vague sensation, as if a dream had embraced me in its soothing embrace. At that moment on the peak of despair, when fear still stung like raw flesh, a burst of joy suddenly flooded over me, and peace, astonishingly beautiful, settled upon me. "Just a dream," I exclaimed. The shadows intensified, but I no longer felt their chill. "Just a dream," I whispered calmly. They receded, leaving me alone. For a moment I stood still, then turned back towards the city. The shadows followed, gazing after me. I walked and looked back time and again. The shadows continued to trail behind me as the horizon rolled away, and in the fading light of evening they took on hues of rose and violet. From where I stood beneath the city's gate, distant peaks seemed like distant islands. A small house stood before a quiet street, its inhabitant watching from the window. "Did he come back?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "Only in my dreams could he return. This city is just a dream, and you are just a dream too." The shadows grew louder, pressing closer. They rustled, creaked, pounded, sang, and echoed. I found myself rushing towards an embodiment of chaos. Suddenly a disturbance erupted at the end of the street, beyond the candy store, and with one swift motion swept past without anyone opening the gate. The noise intensified, closer and closer, until I could hear every individual sound, rustling leaves, creaking branches, pounding hearts, singing birds, echoing howls. "Let's dance," I shouted, embracing the moment. Come, old master." I called out to a trio of lively young men dancing energetically in a side street. "Join us, ta'en our way." They paused upon hearing my voice, their faces clouding over as if they heard something, only I didn't. Only their eyes remained clear, staring at me intensely. The old man spoke up. "These are marble figures from our town, transformed into living sculptures by a young master. They are the three graces." I looked at the statues, bewildered. The shadows seemed to deepen, and my heart sank. "This clock was made for a young prince," the old man continued. "But see this other one, it's yours." I stared at the clock, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. Shadows swirled around me, growing darker. I felt a surge of grief, as if remembering my daughter's birth and the sorrow of her death, and the legends of gold, all woven into every precious stone. I turned away from the shadows, wary but resolute, and continued down a narrow, long alley, like a dark well leading to the depths, where water gurgled in the distance, echoing like the sea. 3 ships appeared before me, sailing from distant lands, one with pearls, another with spices, and the third carrying strange creatures. I stood there, a child of old, as they passed by. In my friend's room, I sank into gloom. "The system must go," he exclaimed. "The golden angel, the Lord's sacred treasure house." I stood dejectedly in silence. "Aren't you happy?" he asked. "Understand the system. I'm not happy, for everything is but a dream. Just a dream of your system. You yourself are only a dream, and even your infamous sin is only a dream." He sighed and slowly drifted off to sleep, leaving the table with a faint tremor. "Let's go to the council chamber," he said, "because then the whole city will be but a dream too, and this matter needs to be discussed." In the council hall, the 60 elders sat in solemn silence. One spoke up, an old man, wise man, judged the sinner whose guilt is so immense. The sinner stood surrounded by 4 guards. He was a gaunt figure, his eyes fixed on me. "Leave him," I said. "Everything is just a dream, even he and his notorious sin. You too are dreams, and so is every building in your city." The hall grew darker. The elders sat morosely. Some edged forward towards the trapped man, while others looked up at the faded murals on the ceiling. "What are you whispering about?" I asked. "It doesn't matter if everything is but a dream, because we already know it's true," he replied. "We should be grateful for this gloom, for it strengthens our resolve." As for me, I'm not sad. I simply declare, everything is just a dream. Even him and his infamous sin are only dreams, and you too, and the entire city. I took up a sheet of parchment and, with great effort, raised my hand to write. Everything is but a dream. As I wrote, the elders' faces grew pale. Then I rolled up the parchment, carefully placing it in my pocket. When I woke up the next day, I found myself back in my room. The bed beside me was empty. On the table lay the parchment with lines of impossible hieroglyphics. I picked up a feathery quill and placed it among the dusty tomes on the shelveiser stack of voluminous bound books, and there it remains as if waiting for me to wake up again. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Naroke. It appears in the Two Ships collection, published by the Athenaeum at T as a novella titled At Night in the Inn, by Giese Zil Jai. The novella Ephros Christina's Wonderful Visit by Des Kostolnaye is published in volume 215-216 of the Modern Library by the Athenaeum Budapest Publishing House. We extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Tevin Andor for contributing to the publication of the Kafka novella, to the Athenaeum RT, and its editor-in-chief, Mr. Ranchberg Victor, for their efforts in publishing the Kostol von Nye and Carinthi novellas, and to Mr. Dick Mann for granting permission to publish the Ziljai novella. Ranchberg Victor, for their efforts in publishing the Kostol von Nye and Carinthi novellas, and to Mr. Dick Mann for granting permission to publish the Ziljai novella.